chainsaw. Bring it in, no grenades, here me. Fight the gat, final breath, I'll beat you back. Bring it in, no grenades, here me. Fight the gat, final breath, I'll beat you back. Battlefield of blood, yes, I'm taking a blade and shred your flesh on your knees. I gotta request submit defeat or put to death. Get low, louder, me and I'll end the show. Meet your fate, it's time to go. Deliver the final death blow.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your man Wordsmith, and I'm declare my man Jack the winner of this contest. So I need everybody in the audience, please put your hands in the sky.
Bring it in, no grenades, here me. Fight the gat, final breath, I'll beat you back. Bring it in, no grenades, here me. Fight the gat, final breath, I'll beat you back. You bet your match, face to face, who gonna react? Ready to tag, watch your back, body parts are getting attached. Battle for glory, boom, boom to extra gory. Sick of my mind, my nature, naughty, got the honor, pick the story. I'm ready to go, I'm ready to head the body blows. Pack the punch and crack your nose, black your eyes and keep them closed. Don't fall back, you up against the wall. Ready to kill him, my weapon to draw. Ready to come with the chainsaw. Bring it in, no grenades, here me. Fight the gat, final breath, I'll beat you back. Bring it in, no grenades, here me. Fight the gat, final breath, I'll beat you back. Battlefield of blood, yes, I'm taking a blade and shred your flesh on your knees. I gotta request submit defeat or put to death. Get low, louder, me and I'll end the show. Meet your fate, it's time to go. Deliver the final death blow.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your man Wordsmith, and I'm declare my man Jack the winner of this contest. So I need everybody in the audience, please put your hands in the sky.
Bring it in, no grenades, here me. Fight the gat, final breath, I'll beat you back. Bring it in, no grenades, here me. Fight the gat, final breath, I'll beat you back. You bet your match, face to face, who gonna react? Ready to tag, watch your back, body parts are getting attached. Battle for glory, boom, boom to extra gory. Sick of my mind, my nature, naughty, got the honor, pick the story. I'm ready to go, I'm ready to head the body blows. Pack the punch and crack your nose, black your eyes and keep them closed. Don't fall back, you up against the wall. Ready to kill him, my weapon to draw. Ready to come with the chainsaw. Bring it in, no grenades, here me. Fight the gat, final breath, I'll beat you back. Bring it in, no grenades, here me. Fight the gat, final breath, I'll beat you back. Battlefield of blood, yes, I'm taking a blade and shred your flesh on your knees. I gotta request submit defeat or put to death. Get low, louder, me and I'll end the show. Meet your fate, it's time to go. Deliver the final death blow.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your man Wordsmith, and I'm declare my man Jack the winner of this contest. So I need everybody in the audience, please put your hands in the sky.
Bring it in, no grenades, here me. Fight the gat, final breath, I'll beat you back. Bring it in, no grenades, here me. Fight the gat, final breath, I'll beat you back. You bet your match, face to face, who gonna react? Ready to tag, watch your back, body parts are getting attached. Battle for glory, boom, boom to extra gory. Sick of my mind, my nature, naughty, got the honor, pick the story. I'm ready to go, I'm ready to head the body blows. Pack the punch and crack your nose, black your eyes and keep them closed. Don't fall back, you up against the wall. Ready to kill him, my weapon to draw. Ready to come with the chainsaw. Bring it in, no grenades, here me.
think we're gonna start the stream a little early tonight. Okay, first things first. Oh, actually, let me turn down the volume on my fan. Not on my computer, but my actual fan. Because, motherfucker, it's gonna get cold in here tonight. But, let's see. Okay, we'll go right here. Hi, guys. I'm just gonna send out the links first. And then I'll invite Damien on here. Right here. I'd also sent him a ping as well, indirectly via that. You're making right as War Thunder is starting to rely on Gooner stuff in their trailers. My goodness, that's rather shocking. I'm not being sarcastic either. It's like, isn't that supposed to be like a war simulation game? I don't know why Gooner shit would be in there. I'll also let him know. Ready when you are. So that means I'm gonna have to, let's see. I will have to go here, but it's just like I gotta set things up. It's VTube Studio stuff, so that means I gotta go over here. They became a live service game. Yeah, I could see, I could see why that's the case. Hi, Nothing. How are you? I'm just waiting for Damien to confirm stuff. Don't mind the screen. I'm just getting all the VTube Studio stuff set up. Let's see. So I just have to go here. Okay. Let's see. I just gotta make a password for the room. Okay. I think that's how it works. Live services lost their aesthetics due to crossovers. As a result, rely on Gooner because they have nothing left. Literal cause and effect. Replace the A with an E there, my friend, and I mean, you're still correct. Okay. It's gonna be... Oh wait, it has to, fucking, alrighty, I'll send him password. There we go. Oh, wait. Host. Sorry, just, what a mess. Accept. Alrighty, I have set up the room. Let's see. Okay, we'll go to the guests tab here. Sorry, Ghostish, gotta have your picture down. If need be. I just gotta wait for him, cause he said he'd be on here for the start, and it's the start of the stream. In the meantime, I will check the twatter. I am being a spurg out of Cairo. What's happening? Thank God I never sold my soul to the snail. Alrighty, looks like he needs about 5 minutes. Yeah, if that's the case, I probably would have to do some room shenanigans, but it's fine. Making fun of Tim Waltz. Ah, gotcha. I was like, making fun of my pets? That's a low blow. For those who are just joining, we're just waiting for my friend Damien. It's gonna be like 5 minutes, so I just figured I'd chat with you guys for a bit. The snail is a stand-in for Gaijin. Oh, that's interesting too. I did not know the species of my pets were always such an insult to to people. Whether they're slow or, well, being called a Gaijin. Gaijin's logo is a snail. Is it like the Naruto band? Like, is that what you mean by snail? Like Naruto's headband? I assume that's the case. Oh my goodness. I think I just saw the gayest version of the fucking horseshoe theory. I gotta pull that up real quick. I know it doesn't have anything to do with the subject at hand, but just to go over something with you guys while we wait. I think this is really fucking funny. So there's like a post from LP, right? And I think it's probably like a screenshot from like James Lindsay or a Lindsayite account. It's like the political horseshoe theory, you know, the far left is the same as the far right, but it's not even a good representation of the horseshoe. Unless it's saying something even more retarded. So, you know, over here, you start out with the centrists and the moderates, cuckolds, as I like to call them. You have conservatism, which means you're only trying to, be rebellious with the time. You're not actually trying to really conserve anything. You're just trying to stop liberalism from just progressing ever on. And then you got liberalism over here. Then afterwards, you have socialism, isolationism. What the fuck seriously, what the fuck? Those have nothing in common with each other, if you're trying to imply that. Because usually it's supposed to be similar principles or whatnot for, on each side of the horseshoe. It's supposed to be gradients of things that are kind of similar, I think. It's been a while since I've actually truly thought about horseshoe theory, because it's such a bunk theory. That's not how people function. It's also not how ideologies function either. So that's why I'm yeah, Lindsayyites are all retarded. I agree fully, because they are. And I hate getting into arguments with them, because all they do is just dialectic nonsense. Like, quite literally, it's just dialectics. The things that they claim to not do, they do. Let's see. But yeah, socialism and isolationism are the exact fucking opposite of each other. And then is, like, what? Woke left, woke right. Explaining the term woke right, it's an oxymoron in itself. It cannot exist, because to be woke means to be left wing. That's what woke means. It's not a set. It's not a set of principles anybody can have. No, woke specifically means left wing propaganda. That's what that means. And then you have equity. How are equity and America First anything similar? America First is nationalistic, and equity is, well, globo homo. Most appropriately called it the new right. Hi, Okairo. How you doing? Just waiting for Damien. He needs assistance. Alrighty. Here, I'll hop into voice chat with him. Hi, Damien.
I do hope that my idiocy hasn't made me less attractive to you.
Oh my goodness. Of course. What do you need help with?
Okay, let me share my screen with you.
Alrighty.
So, I
Okay,
feel like I'm in the right place.
So, you are on the right place. I shouldn't. Here, let me let's see. I'll quit the collab and I'm gonna restart the room.
All right.
So, I'm gonna press
Return.
OK. And then you should go to join. You're on join, right?
Yeah, I'm on join.
Type in the password I sent you.
Okay, V
So I'll just copy and paste it here.
SCHIC
0.
Yep.
And then
So pause.
here, let me host the room. Okay. And then now oh wait, why did I put I thought that
Magical pal from another time zone.
yes. Shouldn't. Okay. It's been. Oh yeah, I think you gotta buy the DL. Oh yeah, I see you gotta buy the multiplayer DLC. Damn.
And how much is that right now?
It's
The
like
thing is, it's like
so it's 15. It's like $15 in America money. I don't know how much it is in South African money. How that translates to.
the thing is, it's like I don't have enough to buy this right now. It's like DLC. I should have known that there was more I needed to buy.
Alrighty. If that's the case, just send me a picture of a PNG and of yourself, and that should be fine.
All right. Give me a moment to just like return. Okay. Background. I have a color picker. I want green screen would be good. Okay, now let me just orientate myself away from here. Show but much of this. And let me take a screenshot. Okay, let's save. But at least I learned now that I need to buy the DLC. So that in the future, when something like this happens again, I can at least be like, all right, fine.
Damn, I accidentally clicked the gaming tab, of course. There's always scuff in a ScurvyRum streamer. But yeah, just, I assume you're gonna send me the picture soon?
Yeah, no, it's sending. Is that good enough for you, sir?
Yes it is, my good sir.
Alright.
And now let me just add you to, OBS. Let's see, image source.
Am I now going to need to join from my OBS?
Let's see. Well, we'll get started proper shortly, fellas. I just gotta do this first, like I did with Ghostish last week with his image. Let's see. I'll shrink
Let me go
down.
pop over to your stream at least.
Alrighty, sounds good. And then, okay, so I have you on here now. So, first off, let's see. Nothing says I'm very quiet. Okay, oh fucking course. If that's the case, that means I gotta go to Steel Series and. Oh wait, I think I just gotta move my mic closer because it's fine now. It seems like it's fine now, but that I could always just increase my. Yeah, I'll just increase my mic to the max. It's fine. Scurvy wasting our time. Scurvy wasting our time was promised 3,000 years ago.
Please, can Hokkaido hear me? Can your stream actually hear me?
Let's see. Okay. Yeah, they should be able to. Yeah, it's on. Everything's on the correct tab for hearing and whatnot and audio.
Well,
Yeah,
listen,
Hokkaido,
Hokkaido, I'm not scuffing up anyone's stream. Scurvy didn't tell me that the collab functionality for VTube Studio requires shmoney.
I forgot that it did. I've been so used to like just hopping in and hosting my own collab, well, my own collab kind of. Like I forgot that it cost money. Like, and I should have remembered when I was doing the whole birthday bash thing, but that's all right. It's all right. You'll get it. You'll get it next time. You'll get it next time, Damien.
Yeah, like I thought it was enough that I spent like 500 Rand to like get the mobile version. I thought it was like the last time I needed to spend cash, but it seems that anything with VTubing costs money, as Hokkaido says.
Yep. That's a motto that I've learned. Everything costs money. But so now that you're here, we could actually get started proper. So
Indeed.
I assume, I mean, I did see your video earlier, but I assume you've been keeping tabs on all the drama that happened, starting this Sunday all the way to like, well, today, and probably continuing.
Yeah, no, I'm patiently waiting for Spoon to release his video because he promised Lee that he'd do a video on it. Meanwhile, I'm still waiting for him to fulfill his promises to me.
I see. I did not know Spoon was gonna be making a video on the subject, but I could see it. I hope he does. I think it'd be interesting.
Yeah, no, I tend to have the privilege to see his scripts, and then I get to read them and stuff. I do make changes, and sometimes like you'll implement them, sometimes you won't.
I see. I don't script my videos, tell you the truth. I don't. For my bigger videos, I keep an outline at most, but like whenever I make videos, it's just me kind of going like I have sources and everything depending on what I'm talking about. But for the most part, it's like I generally wing it, but I wing it in a way that it's like it still comes out pretty good, pretty logical, and very schizo. Very schizo.
With me, I script all of my videos. Thankfully, because my normal way of speaking is quite formal, it doesn't come across as obvious when I'm doing a scripted video.
I see. But yeah, I want to discuss with you a few things. It ain't like a debate or nothing like that. It's just a simple discussion. Something I fully agree on in regards to something that your video said was the fact that in marriages women basically like pussy whip their husbands or something similar, where the wife isn't putting out and she basically uses that as leverage to get the man to do what she wants. And I want to say that is 100% spot on. And Saint John Chrysostom even like in his book on marriage and family life, it's just a series of homilies that he said or that he said in while he was alive. He actually talks about exactly this happening. Like it's one thing for a couple to willfully abstain, right? There's times, places, and reasons to abstain, but basically, if there's a dead bedroom, it's like things are gonna collapse, and they're gonna collapse quickly because one of the duties of the wife is, well, it is one of her duties is to keep him satisfied, and in that way, but also it's the responsibility for the husband to keep her satisfied too. That it's that verse in Ephesians. I think it's Ephesians 5. We'll go 5 to 25 in let's see, actually we could go to like Bible Gateway or whatnot. Ephesians 5 20 to
It's
22.
certainly interesting to see that the Bible even says both partners should be satisfied.
Yes. So here, well, obviously it's worded like way more eloquently because it's Saint Paul who's it's God writing through Saint Paul, divine divine inspiration. That's what that phenomenon's called. So verse 21, submit to one another out of reverence for Christ. Verse 22, wives, submit yourselves to your own husband as you do to the Lord. Verse 23, for the husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is the head of the church, his body, of which he is the Savior. 24, now as the church submits to Christ, so also wives should submit to their husbands in anything. Verse 25, husbands, love your wives just as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her. And then, wait, that's chapter 6. I'm jumping ahead. Yeah, I guess we could read the rest of it. It actually is pretty important. Verse 26, to make her holy, cleansing by her the washing with water through the word. 27, and to present her to himself as a radiant church without stain or wrinkle or any other blemish, but holy and blameless. 28, in this same way, husbands ought to love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. 29. After all, no one ever hated their own body, but they feed and care for their body, just as Christ does the church. 30. For we are members of his body. 31. For this reason, a man will leave his father and mother to be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh. 32. This is a profound mystery, but I am talking about Christ and the church. 33. However, each one of you must also love his wife as he loves himself, and the wife must respect her husband. That's from the NIV translation. It's great. It's actually a great translation when talking to someone like yourself. Somebody who isn't exactly part of the faith. You're an atheist, right?
Yes, I'm an atheist. I will advocate for your faith, but my own personal belief is not there. I have the main reason, like the initial reason that I decided not to believe, is obviously what most homosexuals go through. Is like, if the Bible has such a problem with me, then I'm not going to believe it. And then eventually it morphed over into the advocates for Christianity aren't the best. And if these people can't adhere to any kind of standard that would make me want to aspire to be like them, then it's not worth it. That's the reason why it's like I more often than not say to people, if you want to fix your life, become religious. Like it brings about a sense of
It's not
seeking
that
purpose and
simple.
discipline.
It's not that simple. Like
Yeah, no, I know it's not that simple, but basically
I'm
what I
saying
was
in
saying.
regards to the people who just say, oh, just become religious. It's like, yeah, but to an Orthodox Christian like myself, it's like there isn't, like, it's not good enough to just simply be religious. It's like you should have the desire to be part of his church, and follow the teachings and traditions that have been established by him. But yeah, like you mentioned it in your video about fucking Nala Ray Fitness, that whore. Basically,
Oh yes. Oh.
she is just like, oh, I'm suddenly religious now after taking miles of pipe. But now the worst part about her is like she basically converted just to grift. Like, she has her own fucking ministry, and that's why Andrew Wilson went at, was quote unquote harsh. I actually thought he wasn't harsh enough, but
Enough.
that's besides the point. But it's
Uh,
like you can't just
yeah.
convert out of nowhere and then just start a ministry. Like that's a key sign that somebody is grifting.
Not even that. Like the main issue at the end of the day is the fact that women are not supposed to minister. That
Exactly.
that like that is one of the biggest issues. And the fact that she now has her own ministry, it's like biggest red flag in the world. But the problem is this, it's that so many people, I believe Mac defended her. I'm not sure what Sarah Stock and Gothics, but there were a lot of like big Christian conservatives saying, Nala's changed, she's one of us. And it's like, no, she's not.
She is
She
not.
still she still makes suggestive content on
Mm-hmm.
TikTok, etc. Her OnlyFans is still up. It hasn't been taken down completely. But the problem is,
I didn't
like,
know
one of the
that.
biggest. Oh no, like, trust me, it's like, if there's one joy derive in life, it's the ability to let people be disappointed in anyone they cheer in on. So when I saw a lot
I
of
see.
people cheering on Nala's conversion, I was like, I'm going to prove that this woman, this
Or,
whore, is still a whore.
and wouldn't you
It
know,
was fun.
you were absolutely vindicated. And
Oh no, absolutely. And the thing is this, it's that sorry to interrupt, like I have a lot of like female family. So it's like I know how women act. Like I know when they're making a genuine effort and when they're doing all of this for attention. And one of the dead giveaways was the fact that Nala documented her entire process. That was the giveaway for me. It's like everything was documented. My belief is this. If you are really become converting, find religion, becoming more spiritual. You're not going to put that out in public. You're going to keep it private because it's between you and the Lord. It's not between you, the Lord, and everyone else that can see you on the internet.
I guess for me, it's like definitely quite a bit of it has been very private. Like I don't say everything about how I decided to go into Greek Orthodoxy. Even in my testimony, I'm gonna be uploading next year. There's still gonna be some parts I choose to willfully leave out, and it's like that's between some of it is just between me and the Lord, and that's how I want it. And that's how I want it to that information to stay. But at the same time, it's like I know like in a way especially if you started watching like my streams around the time I started I think around September, really. It's mainly been me learning about the faith, and it's like over time, over time that contributed to my decision to truly want to be an Orthodox Christian. It's like because I do find Christianity to be very very fascinating, but also and I've said this on stream before, but around the time that I basically was reintroduced to Christ, it was actually in a pretty dark time in my life, and I'm grateful that he basically reappeared in my life when he did, because I was probably gonna do something very bad, and I'm very grateful that I didn't, and that he was able to calm me down. But
And that's a good thing.
but
That's one of the reasons.
Nala on the
Yeah.
other hand, I don't hear her speak anything like that. She if she was truly repenting, first thing she would have done was get rid of her OnlyFans. The fact that it's still up and she's still making money from it, that is red flag. That is the biggest glaring red flag, and it's also the first red flag. The other one, it's like she's still making sexualized content in the guise of it being wholesome Christian content. I mean, you don't just lick a spoon in that way and then fucking hell, and some of her simps and other women were just like, oh well, yeah, it's not sexual, but it's like pattern recognition, that tells me that's very sexual right there. It's clearly trying to elicit a response of lust, and if she was just doing an ordinary baking video, you didn't need to add that stupid fucking lick in there.
That she also makes the what's that, the anime porn face? What do they call it again?
Hegao?
She does that in those videos.
Often. That's like her trait. That's like her fucking trademark right there. Is doing the fucking Ahegao face.
And the thing is, it's like if it's not sexual, it's not elicited any kind of sexual reaction from men, then I must say I am the most chaste virgin in the world.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know how anybody can actually buy the fact that she is just all of a sudden she's a sister in Christ with absolutely no vetting. That this is another reason why I'm Orthodox, is because we absolutely have standards, and it's like you need to conform to the institution. The institution will not conform to you. It's been around since in the 30s AD. That's how long it's been around. It is not going to conform to any one individual. The individual must conform to the church. That's how that works. Like that's the point. That's the point of baptism. Is you become, like, in the spiritual sense, you become a new creation in Christ. But in the more practical sense, it's like you're basically saying that I will let the church provide me with moral guidance, and spiritual guidance, standards for me to try to live by, stuff like that, But that's the problem with a lot of these non-denominational people. It's like they are, in a way, they are their own church. They say they submit to Christ, and they might, or they might not. It's usually the latter. And then they just come up with all sorts of weird justifications for their own, fucking hell. If we were to map out how schismatized the average non-denominational is, we'd be here for a long time.
Trust me, I'm well aware of that. Believe it or not, I spent 2 years studying religion at university.
I see.
So I'm well aware of a lot of things most atheists normally wouldn't be aware of. But to circle back to like why people are so like desperate to accept anyone when they like seem to be on their side, it's because if you're often enough on the losing side, anything seems like a win, even the worst people imaginable. And whether it's conservatives, Christians, etc., because they're so desperate for people to join them, they'll accept anything. And my thing is this: it's like, if we're going to accept anyone, everything, anything, etc., then we at least need to have a standard. My standard would be you need to renounce every single left-wing opinion you have. That would be my standard. That's the reason why, to go on a tangent, is I don't believe that J.K. Rowling is on our side because, she takes issue with trans women. Because here's the catch. She takes issue with men believing they're women, but not women believing they're men. Because the trans woman take away her privilege, and that's the only reason she's bothered.
Dude, you nailed it right on the head. It's like, I too have been saying, like, J.K. Rowling is still a leftist. Like, just because she has an issue with, I didn't even notice that. Like how she only talks about, the male to mutilated Johnsons. She never talks about the inverse, and I've seen this before, even in like other right wing circles I'm part of. It's like, the female to males aren't as problematic. They're not they're not trying to infiltrate men's sports or whatnot. But it's like, it's still a satanic inversion, and I know satanic, but I'm actually using that in the correct context, because basically in Orthodoxy, that like whenever you see a woman priest, or quote unquote priest, women can't be priests, and you see like an Orthodox person say it, it's like that they'll probably say exactly that. It's like we're saying, or just outright, it's like this is satanic, because it's the inverse of what Christ has set up. There's a reason why men are preachers. There's a reason why Christ made it so that men are the teachers. That's because, we're quite the logical ones. We understand the importance of tradition and consistency and a whole bunch of other things that are not popping up at the top of my head right now. But the thing is, and this is what happens whenever a woman starts preaching, she adds her own private opinions to the matter that are absolutely irrelevant to what is being preached. And this always happens. Always. Doesn't matter how right-wing she is. It's always going to happen.
Like that's one of the reasons. Let's look at someone like Aiden. Aiden would effectively be the closest to a perfect conservative woman you could get. But here's the thing, Aiden still has a woman moments.
Well, yeah, that's true. And Aiden would be the first to say that it's like absolutely she should not be preaching.
And not even that, it's like I also done like what 2 years or was it 3 years of classical culture mythology. And oh boy, like every single culture throughout history has been woman bad, man good.
I wonder why. I wonder what happens when you give the sex that is not meant to be holding power the ability to hold power. I wonder what happens. Oh, gee, I wouldn't know. It's not like I'm living in such a society right now where, that's literally the fucking. I'm living through the fucking confident consequences of that.
And just like goes to touch on this point, because one of the reasons why we can't accurately to circle back to pornography, the initial point of all of this, one of the reasons why we can't have an honest conversation about this is because we include women in the conversation.
Yep.
Because no woman is going to admit that yes, the reason my husband watches pornography is because I don't fulfill my wifely duties. I use sex against him as a bargaining tool to control him. Because here's the thing, I had a female co-worker and she no longer works at the company. But when she was working there, well, like my company has really
Working at Demore magic spells and potions factory.
yes, but it's if potions and magic involves online casinos owned by owned by Jewish people.
Of course. No,
Yeah.
but I have not seen anybody except for me bring them into this because they are they like I think I saw I think it was I forget who commented on your video, but it was either Ryu or nothing. Who's like porn the proliferation of porn is a symptom of the problem, and the illness. Oy vey, Goyim. Oy vey.
And that's the thing. Because it's like go to finish this point. It's that so my coworker at at the company I work at, the boundaries between professional life and personal life is very blurred. So people are very open about their personal lives at work. So she was talking with our manager about like issues she was having with her boyfriend, and this married man said to her, withhold sex from him and only give it to him when he's on his best behavior.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh my goodness, what a fag. Oh my goodness. What a fag. Keeping a brother down like that.
Oh, listen. The thing is, when it comes to like the fag allegations, the big there's so he's reading a romantasy novel series. It's called Fourth Wing, I believe, and during one of our lunch breaks, because most of the people in my department, the marketing department, uh, two women are reading that book series as well as him. And when they were talking about it, he was like, the female author writes with such modern sensibilities, with such a respect towards women. And I'm like, I'm never reading this novel series. It's like, if that is how you open with, oh, this is why this author's good, it's like, yeah, not for me.
We are gonna be talking about, or I'll be going over the romantasy shit later on in the stream for sure, because it gets bad. It gets really bad. For instance, I think I might have told you, but I've definitely told the server for sure. There's a book called Pounded by Produce. Did you know that such a title exists? And you could only imagine my reaction in Orange to just reading the title and just fucking hell. Women have outpriced themselves out of the dating market, and so now again they want they want to fuck dogs, they want to fuck minotaurs, they want to fuck vegetables as if they already don't do that.
They fuck a lot of things.
Yeah, they do. And and this tends to happen when women think that they're so important, that they're literally Helen of Troy, and even though they're probably a 5 out of 10, or even worse, like a 1 out of 10 land whale, and they just get it in their heads that they're such hot shit that not even 777 Angel Chad is enough to satisfy her.
Oh no, trust me, it's like I've seen it. My female team lead, she gets such gorgeous, financially like successful men interested in her, and every single one of them she breaks up with them. It's like at some point I want to say to her, can you just give me their number? Like I'll make them happy.
Oh man, and the fact is that when that's not good enough, like hypergamy was always something that was restrained for a very long time, and every time the floodgates get opened, society collapses. Every time, like it's not even funny. Every single time that that sexual freedom starts occurring in a civilization, it just collapses. Whether it's Rome, Weimar Germany, or especially now in the West.
You know, I believe the particular issue that comes about is that when it comes to sexual freedom, it's that you sexual freedom in the hands of men doesn't lead to much consequence, because what men will try and do is they'll try to keep it within the restraints of the private life. So for example, if you go to like ancient Greek, yes, men did have concubines, they did have mistresses, etc. But the thing was this is that they at least had the boundary of you cannot sleep with another man's woman. If you did that, you were seen as less than of a man. Like
Yep.
there was that boundary, that standard. Now we look at it nowadays, it's like, oh, if you sleep with someone's partner in our sexually free society, that's completely fine. Like you do you.
Yeah, it's encouraged, which is even before I became you know, far right. Like I was always like skeeved out by the fact that it's like, why, like just like cheaters in general. I've learned from a young age, cheaters never prosper, and that is all. That is always that, and at least when I was young enough, it's like that was always the case. But when I got to college and just all this relationship drama and all this other shit was going on, and like, oh, somebody cheated on this person, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, why the fuck would you do that? And it didn't go punished. That was the part that pissed me off the most. It never went punished. That was a red pilling moment right there. It only took
but that's
a
the
while to
problem.
actually think about it.
But that's the problem, that there's no consequences for any of this. So it's like we live in a society where you can be as sexually promiscuous as you want, and there's no consequences. Even if you catch a disease, there's no consequences. We all remember the monkeypox incident,
Yes.
when due to like gay men to being involved in all sorts of debauchery with themselves, animals, children, etc., there was no consequences for that. And it continues to happen because there was no standard implemented. Because, like, I can tell you this as someone who's still actively gay, well, a shut off gay despite being bisexual, is that if you are in the gay community and you try to have like any sort of like standard when it comes to being like sexually active, where you don't hook up with people on like immediately, someone messages you 12 a.m. at night, says, come over to my place, and you're like, I don't know you, I want to be safe, you're seen as weird.
Well, yeah. I'm just like, now that that I'm not like bi anymore, I'm just thinking, it's like, I wonder why that's the case. I wonder why. Because it's seen as like so normal to just if you want to get a nut off, well, yeah, you just, and I've noticed this too, and I was called weird by like other gay people too, because it's like, oh, I don't just want to hook up with everyone that I see. It's like, I'm very much just like, oh, let me get to know you first, and if I like you, I'll ask you out on a date, and if that results in anything, it results in something. me now, it's just like, yeah, you're not like, I'm waiting till marriage to lose my V card. So
And then that's quite respectable. For me, it's like I'm more than happy to try being a slut, but the thing for me is it's that I need to vet who I'm doing anything with. I don't want to catch anything. I don't want to end up in bed with a psychopath. It's like I need to have some sort of standard.
yeah, and the fact that standards are seen as like this icky thing, like even among like, and like especially, I'd say sorry, I'd say it's seen as icky to women the most. Like, I mean, there's a reason why, there's the jokes about lesbians. It's like, oh, there's always a man on the side that she's fucking.
I God, it's like I have so much like personal examples I can give. So when I was in high school, there was this girl. She said she was lesbian, but most lesbians are always bisexual. And what had
Just not
happened
all of them.
was,
That's from pattern recognition from, at least in my life. It's like, I've had I've had like, especially like recently, like last year. It's like I remember talking to some, I think it was like a lesbian, and I called, like, as soon as she's like, oh, I'm a lesbian, I called her a fag, and then I moved on. And then later on, it's like she was like, she was getting she couldn't stop smiling at me.
yeah, no, and so let me tell you like how bad this like so-called lesbian chick was. So she had a girlfriend that she got in our high school, and the entire student body was aware of the fact that when second break came, because we had like two breaks during the day, at school, that the two of them would go to the girls' bathroom and they'd play a game of fish fingers.
What? What?
Oh, oh no! It gets worse.
Oh,
Then the night,
of
the
course
night,
it gets worse.
yeah, no. So the night of our prom, we call it matricia. So we had an after party, and it's at this like club, and there's a unisex bathroom, and someone overhears that her and another chick and one of our classmates, a guy, they in the stall together, and this dude says to her, "Lashawn, I don't want to do this." And it's like, wait, so you literally, it's like in a unisex bathroom where anyone can come in, you want to try and have like a threesome. Then it gets even worse because now we end up going to this guy's house. And so she disappears with his cousin and his cousin's friend and another one of our classmates. And she proceeds to have a threesome with two men while someone else watches.
What the fuck? That's that's disgusting. That's like iDubbbz type shit right there. Ugh. Ugh.
But this is the thing. It's that because, oh my god, I mentioned this. I have a cousin. I have a cousin who decided to have a threesome with two brothers, got pregnant, and then had to figure out which one of the two brothers was the father.
Oh, what the fuck? Lord
Now
have
listen,
mercy on the kid. Lord have mercy.
yeah, no, like listen, that's like that's on my bucket list of fantasies, but I'm never gonna do it.
My
And it's like you
goodness.
do it, and it's like you do it, and then you get pregnant, and that's the thing. It's like there was no consequence for her being a slut. Her parents didn't kick her out. She wasn't shamed. It's like, oh no, it's fine.
It's the consequences. They will eat at her spirit over time. It's like that's what I've noticed with with a lot of these. It's like they're very good at masking just how, like, just their broken spirit. But anybody with pattern recognition can tell. It's like I mean, you can see within their eyes that their soul is just gone. Like it's just literally gone. Like there's a reason why the thousand cock stare is a thing. Like that, and why it's a term. It's noticeable. It's
And not
very
even that, it's
noticeable.
like let's look at it like this, and then I'll tie it all back to pornography. So I'm not sure if you remember that like female podcaster that left like her child's birthday to go and interview Drake.
Yeah, I think so. I think I know who
Yeah,
you're talking about. Is her name is like Bobby something? It's not
yeah,
Bobby
no.
Hill.
But it's like you look at that. This chick left her responsibility, single mother, so you know she's already a problem. She cares
Ugh.
about her child so little that she's willing to leave her child's first birthday to go and interview Drake. And even Drake is like, you do know you fucked up.
Oh
And the
my
thing is, like,
goodness.
now when we circle this all back to pornography. So we look at women's overall behavior. They leave nothing to be desired. You can't have a relationship with them because their standards are astronomically high. You can never meet it. And even if you try and meet it, it's going to turn her off. She's going to be like, he's trying too hard. He's doing too much. I need to go find someone who treats me like a piece of shit. Then, if that's not the case, it's the fact that if you as a man want to try and like climb the financial ladder to a comfortable life, you have to now not only work your way past unqualified women that are sleeping their way to the top, you also
That's true.
need to work. You also need to work your way past the unqualified non-whites, the immigrants, etc. Then you also need to be afraid of the fact that if you make yourself irreplaceable, you're not going to get promoted. So, and most men have a work ethic that's going to lead to that. So you fucked. Then it's looking at every institution that exists that puts men down. Even the church, unfortunately, puts men down.
Protestant
So it's
churches
like,
mainly.
yeah, so it's like you have men basically being bombarded from all angles, and their only refuges are video games, anime, tabletop, or porn. There's those four options. What's happened with video games? Been infiltrated. What's happened with tabletop? Infiltrated. What's happening with anime? Infiltrated on more the dub side than anything else. But they're trying to do it as well as on the Japanese side. So the only thing right now that is not infiltrated, except if you watch K-pop, unfortunately. No, the reason I make that joke is because if you want to go and watch gay porn, you're gonna find tranny shit.
Well, yeah. Oh, that's ugh. Of course.
Yeah, like even on
Very
Grinder,
Jewish. That's very
even
Jewish.
even on Grinder, my dude. Like I actually I get upset about this. Even on Grinder, a hookup app for gay men by sexual men, you will find trannies
Blech.
on that app.
Ugh, disgusting. I mean,
Which for me, it's like we don't have standards really, even
I
in the
mean,
gay
it's all.
community.
I mean, it's already kosher enough. Of course, it wouldn't have. Of course, it wouldn't have standards. It's fucking kosher. Uh,
Yeah, and so it's like it's so frustrating, but it's like you have all of that happening. So it's like porn is the only place that men can genuinely escape to that feels rewarding because it's like they get that dopamine rush. And it's like, yes, do men get addicted to it? Absolutely. The particular problem that arises from all of this is that there's never a conversation, and this is the point I brought up in my video about how are we going to solve the problems if they persist after we ban it?
so, in terms of that, this is something I said earlier. Nobody wants to talk about the JQ because it's absolutely relevant to in the discussion of pornography. It's like there's a reason why I say that I want it burned down to the ground and all that stuff. It's like I on some hand, you could see it as me being no, I'm being literal with that. It's like it literally needs to burn, and we need to and I was saying I was actually schizo babbling to myself earlier in regard to this subject. It's just like you gotta kick them out too. That's the thing. You also gotta kick them out. Get rid of all their influence. And that also ultimately porn does go back to feminism, and feminism goes back to back to the Talmud. Like if there is that causal chain where it's like the feminists of like especially the feminists of the 50s and the 60s, especially the 70s. It's like they were very much all about like sex and sex positivity and pornography, the most prominent feminists, they were all Jewish. That is something very important. I think I have the memetic somewhere. If it's not on my computer, then it's on my phone. But it's like, oh, like Betty Friedan, Jew. That's the only name that came to the top of my head. But you get the point. A lot. If you look into feminism deep enough, it's like it always goes back to the fact that the Jews trying to destroy the West. That's what it always goes back to.
Wait, you're telling me like Jews are responsible for pornography, gambling, etc., etc. It's like that. Like that's not surprising. They caused the Black Plague.
Yeah, wait, what?
Oh, you.
That's news to me.
Wait, you don't know? You don't know about this?
Do tell. I can't believe I don't know about this. I thought I knew. I thought I knew all there was to know about just how devious they are. But this is news to me. This is news to me.
Oh gosh. Yeah, so basically what happened when like the bubonic plague started, there was a particular thing that Jews love to do, which was poisoning water supplies.
Oh, I know that's where the phrase poison the well comes from. I know that, but I didn't know that would cause the fucking bubonic plague.
Yeah.
Wow. It wasn't. It was rats, just a different kind of rat, huh? One with a very long schnoz.
Yeah, because the thing is, it's like okay, like normal filth on rats causes bubonic plague. That isn't a thing. It's like you need a lot of like factors. You need a lot of filth. Now the thing is with wells, if you contaminating the wells, obviously rats are gonna get in there. Now if the rats get in there where it's really like a contaminated place and they come out, boom bam pow.
Yeah, and everybody starts to get sick. That's really evil right there. Oh man, they didn't caught it. It wasn't for me. It's like thinking about it now. It's like it wasn't enough for them to cause the Black Plague to try to wipe out the Christians. Later on in Soviet Russia, the Bolsheviks through the course of and like I think it's like a few decades. Killed like 62 million Orthodox Christians. It wasn't all at once. It was this span of like I forget how many decades or years, but it lasted for a long. The Holodomor lasted for a long time. It wasn't the 3 million they try to write down. It's way more than that.
It definitely was way more than that. And the thing is, it's like, yeah, no, if you actively now go and look into the information to be like, did the Jews cause a bubonic plague? It's like, I often work on this belief. If the Jews were blamed for anything, more likely than not, it's true.
Well, yeah,
but that is my standard.
There's the whole phrase of it's like a Jew will tell you what has happened to him, but never why.
Yep.
That phrase
we have been exiled.
For a reason.
We've been exiled from everywhere. But why?
We've been kicked out of 111 countries. Well, that's a lot of countries. That's a lot of countries, my friend. Why is that the case? Oy vey, you're an anti-Semite. You're not safe here. Officer, this guy tried to charge me $20. But in regards to the whole pornography thing, it's like and look, I do agree with what people are saying in regards to the symptom. It's like it is extremely corrosive. And I understand what you're saying too. I'm not knocking what you're saying at all. It's more or less just like, and also from the stuff I've heard from like Orthodox clergy on the matter too. It's like it's extremely corrosive. It's extremely. And I think they too. If you ask them in private, they'll also say they'll probably say some very similar stuff to what you and I are talking about right now. But basically, it truly does a lot of damage to society. But we need to find we need to actually address the true root of the problem, because like what that comment said, and like what you said too, I think, is that it's a symptom. It's a symptom of a larger problem, and to deal with one symptom, but not deal with the feminism problem, and the JQ and all that. It's nothing is actually going to get done, and things are probably going to get a lot. I do see that it's things can get a lot worse if this isn't done properly. It needs something like this would truly need to be something really sweeping if people are truly serious about this. I know I'm very serious about this. I want this stuff to be gone too. I want other young men to not feel constrained by their own lust. It's when men are not constrained by sin, they act. Their character is strong. They have strong faith and want to do good works that represent that faith. It's that's how societies get built, man. There's a reason why some of the greatest societies on earth have been Christian, and they've been very strong countries, and practically almost every time they fall, it's because it's usually some politician and just a bunch of what can be possibly considered liberal nonsense and just a bunch of sexual degeneracy being introduced. It's basically we lost our virtue, man. We lost our virtue. That's how societies collapse.
Oh yeah, no, there's a quote that I say at the end of my video that um, the cure to moral decay is not prohibition, it's conviction. And the thing
Yes.
is, we're a society without conviction. There is, as I've said, there's no adherence to any kind of standard where it's all right, we as a society are going to be involved in our community, and we are going to make sure that we have a strong community where everyone is always looked after and cared for. That would be the conviction. But that isn't there. It's whenever you move to a neighborhood, you don't need to engage with your neighbors. You don't need to be involved in the community. You just live there, and that's the end of the story. But back in the day, it's you needed to be involved, because if you weren't involved in the community, you would be ostracized. There was a level where
Basically.
you needed to be involved, and so that's our problem. There's no standards, and this is the reason why, circling back to Kangman Lee, Sarah Stock, Gothics, etc., why I don't take them seriously is because they never say what's the solution. Even Kangman Lee, he mentions oh, when you say parents should be involved, it's parents can't do anything. It's is it parents can't do anything, or parents don't want to do anything?
So
Because
let me.
yeah,
Sorry, I don't know why Discord's being.
weird.
Okay, yeah, okay, there we go. It's fixed. So I actually would like to offer a bit of a rebuttal to that. So
Yeah.
one of my brothers in Christ, his name is Nikolai. And I'm gonna be going over what he has to say in regards to that whole thing later. So he is he's a father. He's currently raising a daughter with his wife in Korea. And basically and this is something that stuck out to me in his response. It's the two parents can only do so much, and Nikolai is doing all that he can to prevent his daughter from having access to pornographic content, so she doesn't have to see things that she's not meant to see, right? But then comes along I'm paraphrasing Nikolai here. Then comes along a friend or something that shows her this stuff, and
No,
I've
just
seen a
in,
lot of people just not truly address that claim. I've seen a lot of people who responded to him is especially with that, it's just they never gave a concise, logical answer as to how one can prevent that scenario from truly happening. And it's you could talk to other parents, but it's at what point is you can only you as as a person can only have so much influence on another person, and they might take what you have to say but not implement any of it at all. Like,
You know,
especially in a
and
country like Korea, like the Orthodox Christian population in Korea is tiny.
but you see, here's the biggest problem. The reason why it's like when Nikolai mentions the fact that it's like, what if someone else shows his kid porn? The reason why that would even be a thing that happens is because, unlike Nikolai, most parents on average are completely uninvolved in their children's lives. And the reason for
Pretty
that
sad.
is due the thing is, like, I can say that, like, in South Africa that's the case because most of the population come from single mother households.
Wow, that's red pilling.
Yeah, like basically, I think 70 to 80% of black children in South Africa come from fatherless homes, followed by 40 to 60% of coloreds, which I'm a part of.
I see.
The only racial groups that have far lower like rates of like fatherlessness is whites and Indians.
Wait, in South Africa, right? Or
Yeah, South
okay.
Africa.
I don't really know the single motherhood. I know the single motherhood demographics in my country, America, but I don't know. I don't. I thought it would be similar. Not gonna lie, but I guess not.
Yeah, no, but the thing is this, it's like more often than not, like most parents nowadays are either like, well, let's rephrase it. Most children nowadays either come from divorced households or single parent households.
I
So
see.
more often than not, the kid that is going to show Nikolai's daughter pornography is going to be someone who's coming from a broken home.
I don't know what it's like in Korea specifically, but I guess
Yeah.
we could take this to, let's just say he was living in South Africa, which I did do some digging in terms of the Christian population in South Africa. Yeah, like the number of Orthodox Christians, it's in like the 400s. It's so tiny. But it's a pretty, apparently I do follow some South African Orthodox people. It's a very strong community though. Very strong. Very
Yeah,
tight knit.
very tight knit, but very weak in conviction.
Well, what do you mean by conviction? Because us Orthodox are very convicted individuals. I guess you could say in terms of like overall population, it's like it's pretty. Again, it's extremely small, so naturally, like their influence and power isn't going to be all that like great if at all. But feel free to define what you mean by that.
So when I say conviction, it's basically the ability to do more than simply, how can I say, pray the problem away.
Oh yeah, I mean, part of what a big reason why I looked into Orthodoxy because and also a lot of the sermons that my priest says it's like what can we do, like that's a very active phrase, and usually and the answer obviously it does encompass prayer, but that's not the only thing one should be doing. You need to actually be doing things beyond just praying.
And that's one of the weaknesses of like the Christian community here in South Africa is that they can't do anything more beyond just pray.
I say.
But the thing is that
I get you.
that might just be a South African problem because South Africans suffer from the same thing as Americans, where they all can complain about something, but when they actively need to go out and do something, they don't.
Hmm. Yeah, that's just a big thing in general with Christians in America. It doesn't even matter the denomination, but um, I know for us Orthodox, we tend to be, I wouldn't say politically active. The clergy especially, but I would say, oh, hold on, let me think this through a little. So, I know a few. There's definitely quite a few people who I could talk politics with people, and they're able to keep up with me. Again, many of us are monarchists. We don't like democracy at all, but basically, it's like we try for us we try to to influence in regards to like charity, not necessarily politics. We we try to do a bit more like just charity work, which I guess that is something. And
Yeah,
that absolutely, I think that does influence people to at least look into it. It's like I also noticed that like there has been a lot more outreach as of late. That's why there's such a boom of orthodoxy in America. It's not going to be immediate, but definitely down the line, it's like there's let's just take like a decade down the line, right? That line of people looking into like orthodoxy, it's definitely would have gone up.
yeah, like one of my big reasons, because this is one of the reasons why Judaism and Islam is so big, is because they very community concern. And what I mean by that is that they actively do things to help their fellow like kinmen. Because the issue with Christians, due to the fact that there's so many denominations, when it comes to like helping your fellow neighbor, giving to charity, etc., most Christians don't do that because there's no like unifying hierarchy in terms of like with the domination to say, all
Oh
right,
yeah.
because the Catholics are so giving, we need to give more.
It does devolve into like a giving competition, but it's like the issue with just it being devolved into charity mogging. It's like that's not exactly what Christianity is supposed to be about. You're not supposed to, it's not supposed to be a dick measuring contest as to how often you give to the poor and the needy. It's like, and like what Dusty said. Oh, I know, like what Sheffo said. Damn you, Martin Luther. That's true. That's kind of a again. That's just another consequence of the fucking Protestant Reformation. Out of all, I think in my opinion, I think the Reformation has done more damage to Christianity than the Great Schism ever could have, because a one of the one of the worst British kings wanted to get a divorce. It's a bit reductionist, I know, but I think it kind of
Yeah,
paints the point. It's like,
but
and the issue with such a before the Protestant Reformation, it was like you had the Catholics and the Orthodox, uh, and now it's just you have so many different flavors of schismatic that it's like how can anything truly Christian be done, and especially in regards to evangelicals being fully supportive of the nation state of Israel. It's like, how the fuck does anything actually Christian in this country get done? Giving all our tax dollars to Israel is not Christian.
yeah, no, it isn't. But the thing is, it's like if you look at the fact that like there's so many denominations of Christianity, and then you look at Islam or Judaism. I know that with Judaism, there's secular Judaism, then there's like lukewarm Judaism, and then there's like Orthodox Judaism. There's like about just three. Like they at
All of
least
them
can
are
have like,
evil. Let's be real,
yeah,
all
no,
of them are
true.
evil.
But the thing is, it's like there's so little like denominations that they can at least like on like the most part they'll have like a lot of things in common. With Islam, I don't know if there's denominations. I just
Yes,
see,
and they're at constant odds with each other.
yeah, but it's like what? It's like is it about like two, three?
There's like two denominations, but if they're not killing Christians, they're killing each other.
Yeah, no. So it's like look at it like that. There's like two denominations for Islam, three for Judaism, and then it's like there's 100 for Christianity, and
That's
nothing gets done.
way too many, way too
Oh
fucking many.
no, I can even tie it to my country. There's 100 political parties in South Africa.
What the fuck? Wow.
Yeah, there's 100 political parties in my country, and it's like look at how fucked up my country is.
Yep. I don't really know much about South African politics aside from what I've learned from Spoon, but my I don't know why he would move back here if by his own words it's such a fucking mess. Unless he wants to do
No, no,
something like political or whatnot to try to help. I don't
family
know the man.
reason.
So or the Spoon.
Oh no, so he basically explained that his family moved back to South Africa and he was just like, he doesn't want to be alone.
Ah, gotcha. He was in Ireland, right? If I can recall.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. I'm not, Spoon's the whiskey enjoyer. I am part Irish myself, even though I don't have the propensity to like beer like my twin brother does. But he'd probably win too many drinking contests, I assume. Spoon.
Why are you saying spoon? Did spoon message?
No, 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 no. I said like Spoon would probably win drinking competitions too easily.
Oh, most likely. Most likely. But yeah, no, like, just to. Oh, Goblin and the White Devil. Yeah, no, but like.
White devil. Ah, that's
But just
Shifu
to,
for you.
like. Yeah, just to circle back to like the porn thing, because we keep going on tangents.
Yeah.
I definitely believe that the access of pornography should be limited. Like I don't disagree with that. It should be limited. Can we go the extreme of like getting rid of it? We could try that. We definitely could. But my me co-signing on that would require for people to give me solutions to a lot of the problems that lead to men being very much like porn
Mm-hmm.
addicts.
Yep.
Because as much as Sarah Stock and whoever else seems oh so concerned, they don't offer any kind of solutions. Now, my because I asked someone on an argument on Twitter on my other account, and I was basically like, can you tell me what are these like benefits that will bring about social change if porn was banned? And this dude couldn't tell me. And it's like basically what he said is the positive effects of banning pornography may take a while to clearly see. There will be a lot of pushback from addicts in the meantime, just like with prohibition. It's not going to be an instant change, just like the proliferation of porn was not instant. My thing is this, it's that you cannot tell me what is going to be the benefits. And all you can tell me is that there'll be pushback from addicts, but beyond that, you're not telling me what are you specifically going to do. Because at some point in the conversation, I had asked, I basically said, I was like, um, I asked, it's like, okay, so you're going to do all of this. What are you doing in terms of building structures, communities, organizing effort, etc.? Like, are you doing that? And then basically, I got told in a very nice way, no, we can't do any of that because the pre-existing structures got subverted.
Yep. You have to. It's gonna take a lot of massive political change, and it requires a lot of people to basically reverse their demoralization. And like it took me a while to not be demoralized anymore. I like, and that's because, and I think I had it easier because I'm on the spectrum. I don't even want to imagine just the amount of legitimate psychological like distress a normie is gonna be in, even just by hearing just the conversation that we're having, and just the kind of history that we're talking about, and we and keep bringing up. Like they are going, it's gonna, like, again, the move to, like, the whole thing about banning porn, right? You if you're gonna do that, you also need to do stuff like, abolish family court. You also need
Yep.
to, just get rid of no fault divorce. Like, you gotta, no more no fault divorce. Gotta reverse
Get rid
a
of
lot
women's
of
rights.
gotta reverse, yeah, repeal the 19th Amendment. Gotta reverse a lot of the things that made men, get out of the workforce, which they should never have been out of the workforce. You gotta reverse that. There's a lot of things that you gotta reverse that people just like are too demoralized to truly understand what it actually takes if you truly want pornography to be gone from society. And I am fully on board of taking on doing each and every one of those steps. But I don't know like if the average normie is willing to actually do any of that. And also I think a lot of the other people who are saying the same ideas that I'm saying, it's just like there is the whole thing of, like, optics as well. Like, the reason why I like I have a feeling most people hear like repeal the 19th from like Nick Fuentes first. I was like, oh my goodness, that's a horrible example to learn anything about the the nature of this world from. There's so many better people that
You,
that can actually teach you.
you can
Fuentes ain't
use
one of them.
me. You can use me as an example.
I guess I can. I would recommend. I actually would recommend someone like Spoon or you or Undead Chronic or let's see or Jay Dyer or Andrew Wilson or there's so many people I can name and that's not even mentioning like clergy like Orthodox clergymen.
The
But
the other thing is this that I just want to like touch on in regard to this entire conversation is that is the reason why I take so much issue with like just banning porn. It's because as you've illustrated, there's so much work that we need to do that simply outright banning porn is not gonna do anything. It's gonna be like it's gonna be like a drop of water in the desert. That's what it's gonna be because
basically,
it's like you still have the 19th Amendment, you still have divorce courts. Like, yes, Dusty, it's a start, but is that start going to lead to anything?
I mean,
Because
I chatted with Dusty about this before, and I also agree with him in the sense that it's like it also could be the spark to like a major revolution. People if theoretically if this were to happen right now, the like there might be an actual revolution overnight in regards to this because then they start thinking it's like well I can't like the girls that are around me are just these vapid entitled whores. I'll never be able to and that's the thing too like one of the reasons why revolutions start in the first place is because yeah men they feel like they can't even have a family like yeah, it is very much kind of wired in us as guys to want to breed. That's why we have the sex drive that we have is because it's for the sake of reproduction. But when you're unable to do that, it's like that leads to frustration, and frustration at a large enough scale will absolutely turn into a revolution.
oh no, absolutely. But the thing is, we have to look at the fact that there's been multiple opportunities for men these days to like start a revolution, and they haven't done that because they terrified. It's due to just years and years of men being made more feminine, and the
Demoralization, my friend, demoralization.
the other particular issue that I have is this: it's that more likely than not is that men will look at the banning of pornography as another attack on something that they partake in. It's like with video games.
No, yeah, I do get that, and there. I mean, I know for me, there's a reason why I like even last week when I had a friend on Ghostish when he was on. It's like there's a reason why I suggested it's like I truly encourage you to or well anybody not even just you. I was also using you in the plural sense, but I encourage anybody to look into orthodoxy and see and actually and learning about the mystery, the life, the mystery of Christ and all that we preach. It's like I think if it provided, I think to me it's like if it was able to help someone like me out, I think it absolutely could help. I absolutely think it could help like other people who might be in similar situations to me. It's like if they want to like feel like a sense of peace, it's like I think that's a pretty powerful feeling, and it's like I think I would like my like other young men to also feel like that kind of peace, and also utilize that anger, that rage for far more better and productive purposes.
Absolutely. And to like just finish it off on my side,
Yeah, sure.
I believe that we could achieve a lot of what we want if all so-called conservatives turn their gaze from the pussy plague that uh, permeates every angle of politics and focuses on men. Because as much as conservatives are like, oh no, we're going to make America great again, blah, 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 blah. Every time they talk about something, it is basically this is what we're going to do for women. Men are a problem, men are pieces of shit. And the thing is this, it's like the only time we saw like a so-called genuine attempt for a figure for men to exist was either with crybaby Jordan Peterson or Milano can't keep a woman, sleeps with everything, Andrew Tate.
What was that? Oh, fucking hell! What, Andrew Tate? What are you doing in here? Well, I'm here to say that I did not message those men pretend with me pretending to be a woman. No, I did not. The fuck out of here, Andrew Tate. You did. You told me in private not that long ago before the show started. Get out of here.
Hilarious. But that's the thing. It's like there's just no concentrated effort to help young men. And the moment until the moment we get that, a lot of what we want to see happen isn't going to happen. Like even look at the young Republicans incident that happened
Yep.
recently.
Oh wow, they were saying mean things. They were saying mean things. They said they liked Hitler. No, 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 no. The outrage was so feminine. Like, oh my goodness. Like these people would not survive a Call of Duty lobby back in 2008. They just
I, lo-
wouldn't.
I, lo- I love how Goblin is saying, I go from sounding Swedish to sounding Indian. Well, I'll let you in on something, Goblin. My great great grandparents were a German man and an Indian woman.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so unfortunately, it's like if I'm sounding like I'm from Europe, there's a
No,
reason.
no, no, no. Do not redeem the card.
My God, I honestly tried to like reduce the rates of me sounding like an Indian. I hate it so much.
Sheffo says, a true Aryan, I see.
Yeah, no, like
uh,
listen, I can wear the Nazi uniform because it's part of my heritage.
that's true. And because you're part Indian, you could claim that you're the true Aryan. You're German and you're Indian.
Oh my God, I completely forgot about that.
But say, I'm gonna grab me another drink. But I on the subject of the on Christians and being simps or whatnot. I have a video here that if you'd like to stick around, we could react to a part of it before talking about the female gooners.
I know, we can definitely do that.
Alrighty, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab me another drink.
All right.
Feel free to entertain chat while I'm gone. I trust you to do that.
You want me to entertain?
Not in that way, Damien. Not in that way. uh, anyways, I'll be back.
No lap dances, but what if I want you to do lap dances for me? Yes. Yeah, my eyes, therefore, something to fear. Oh my gosh. That's just a lot of like European in there. Please do it in that way. What do you mean? I should roll a 4, but I don't have any D&D dice or normal dice. Oh, subjectively objective. Oh, what was I going to say now? So pavement specials are basically what we call like non-pure breed dogs or cats here in South Africa. I am a mutt. Which is a sauce made from a bunch of different things used as a steak sauce. How did we get to food? Like we went from talking about this is all of your genetic makeup, all of your ancestry, to this is how you get steak sauce. I need to know, guys. I need to understand the logic. Oh, hi Daisy. You awake? Ah, I've learned something today.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Sorry, I had to feed my snails.
Wait, you had to feed your snails?
Yeah, I have pet snails.
Why do you have pet snails?
Because I always wanted pet snails, and now I finally have them. They're two lovely aquatic snails.
Do you feed them your orange leaves?
No, no, I do not. I feed them algae tablets.
All right.
Alrighty, so I'm gonna get the video set up here. I also just have to add you to the video slide. Let's see.
All right.
There we go. Now I just gotta size you down and move you. Okay, size you up a little. There we go. And move you over. Alrighty, now I'll share my screen to you, so you could, if Discord's gonna, oh, damn it. Okay, I don't know why Discord's being weird.
Once your screen starts sharing, I'll like click on it.
Okay, there we go.
Yay!
Alrighty, about time we get to our first video of the night. So I'm here with Damien, and we're going to be going over the Simping Christian Problem by Divine. So I'm a big fan of this channel. I love listening. I love listening to him while I'm working out at the gym. Gives me some good motivation for pumps. And to my knowledge, I believe he's a fellow Orthodox Christian, because he has a lot of the attitudes that I have in regards to this stuff. So let's get started.
Again, did you know that Christians are simps? And they simp for their wives? Well, you're gonna find out about that because I feel like I need to do a video on this. With the amount of simping I'm seeing, I thought simping was a dead meme, but apparently it isn't dying, it's just getting worse.
Yeah, Satanar, what's up? Simping itself is anti-Christian. 100% agree. it's an inversion of it's another inversion of roles. I'd say, from my interpretation of things. Could be wrong.
Yeah, wouldn't simping fall under the category of worship?
Absolutely. I could absolutely see that as being the case. Like, you put your wife on, you make your wife a false idol just because, she puts out after you've done all your chores, all your, daddy has to do his checklist, and after 1 week he gets a blowy, yay! Shit like that, right? I remember there's like an image of like this woman with this fucking crazy expression on her face, and her husband who just has the most drained expression of all time. It's like he looks so depressed, and she's like, "Oh, look at this calendar here. If he does his chores, I'll give him a blowy."
Like, I'm sorry, I could never do that because it feels like prostitution. No, it's basically prostitution with extra steps. Oh my god, he took out the garbage. For all that work, I'm gonna pay him with pussy.
Yep, and it's not even like on the sense of like both people feel like chores are done. The kids are visiting grandma and grandpa. It's like, hey, let's do it. Instead, it's like, yay! You took out the trash! Hooray! Time for me to give you a handy. You have to do this for a month before we do missionary. It's stuff like that. It's not even like you do the trash and you get pussy. It's stuff like you have to really work for the chance to even get in there in your own wife. Isn't that fucking pathetic?
No, it is pathetic, but now I need to ask this question. If I clean the gutters, do I get a chance at anal?
I don't think... I don't know. I think you'd have to ask Destiny about that.
No, I'd rather not.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he was into getting pegged.
Now today I want to do a little video.
He's into a lot of things.
I've got a bunch of dot points written down about why conservatives and Christians have a serious problem with relationships and simping, and this is a problem that guys have, and they need to stop. Now, before starting, just as a sort of announcement, 2 other people are going to be uploading to this channel as well, alongside me. Maybe they're... anyways, let's get into it.
Okay,
I didn't want to do a video essay for this one, I'm just going to talk about this, because this is affecting guys in such a negative way that it's like ruining friendships, it's totally throwing off like what the church is supposed to be doing, and not just the church, like I said, I'm trying to aim this at everyone.
Oh, hold on, like, please pause.
Yeah?
This reminds me so much of, like, Melanie Mac.
Oh,
with her
started on her fucking Bible. Look.
Oh, I was literally going to mention that.
So Damien, some of my friends, they like to do. They're doing these little daily devotional series, right? It's like I don't mind that. It's wholesome stuff. It's more so. It's like what this verse means to me. And they're not trying to teach. They're not trying to teach. They're just trying to share their their thoughts on a certain verse. And it's like, oh, if this helps. If this helps, it's like great. They're not trying to teach or anything. But Melanie Mac, it's like it's so clear she's trying to teach, and it's like, oh well, I don't think God would like that very much. And considering Melanie Mac is the sola scriptura type, it's like, I don't know why she I guess she just chooses to ignore 1 Timothy 2:12.
A woman ignoring things at her own convenience?
Shocker.
I'm shocked.
Shocker.
If you're secular or whatever,
Subjective,
this is going to impact you. Like, if you're a guy that's simping,
yes, she is.
Good luck. It's not going to work, and I'm going to explain why. So to start, let me describe the situation today for conservatives and conservatism in the church. Women today essentially have all the power. You can deny this, but legally and socially speaking, it's true.
Absolutely.
They have all the power in marriage. They have all the power socially. This is actually very historically abnormal. We live in abnormal times. Now this
Absolutely, that's the case. This is like having read quite a bit about like what life was like for people even just a few decades ago, like before the advent of no-fault divorce. It's like people lived happier lives. Like they lived more fulfilling lives. They also lived like, you know, people weren't whores. Like they weren't whores as well, whether it's men or women, but especially women. Like there was quite the expectation for women to remain pure and to marry like a guy like around their age.
So I can tell you where all of this stems from. We lost what I call family face. And family face is basically my belief in that there was a very profound understanding of how your actions as an individual affects your family. It was the reason why a father wanted his son to follow in his footsteps. It's because the father saw what he done as this is the way to live a good life.
Yep.
It's the reason why a mother would be like, as a daughter, you should be like me, you should look for a good man, etc. And we lost the entire purpose of that, and people wanted to break away from the mold. And so when you look at the fact that back in the day, it's like, yes, you know what, people did get abused, etc. But this was the thing, is that people would make compromise because relationships
And
are
abuse is
compromised.
actually pretty rare. Like that's something
Yeah,
else
no.
too that like, you know, feminists, you know, Jews tried to propagandize into women. It's like, oh yeah, everybody was so. It's no. Abuse was actually like actual abuse was like very rare, very very rare. Like, and if somebody was truly abusive, it's like they would be dealt with properly. Now it's just, well, you know, if he says something she doesn't like, that could be considered abuse, whether it's like just a dissenting opinion or just anything that makes her uncomfortable.
And the thing is this, is that like the biggest thing is this, it's that I can tell you this, like I have a lot of female family members. Like my dad has dated multiple women, and I can tell you every single time a fight started, a physical fight, the person to throw hands first was the woman. There was a time my dad's once upon a time girlfriend. She was performing at a party because when she gets drunk, she performs like a wild animal. Her father smacked her. She then decided to go get a shovel and ran all the way from the back of the yard to the front, ready to hit her father in the face with a shovel.
Oh my goodness, that is whoa.
Oh no! Listen, it gets
It gets
better.
worse. It gets
When-
worse. Of course it does. It gets
Yeah, no,
worse.
yeah, a shovel. I've lived an adventurous life. On our way home,
tell.
we were driving over a bridge, and she grabbed the steering wheel, and we almost fell off.
Lord have mercy. I fully mean that. I'm not saying that to like express shock. I fully mean that. I fully mean that.
Yeah, no, I've lived a life. I've lived a life.
Whoa.
This is already a problem because
Wowza,
women are
wowza.
naturally illogical to start with and shouldn't be leading churches.
But
or even
I'll
having-
say this: the funniest for me
Come back. He said
is
something, but here, I'll let you finish.
is the one. The funniest thing for me, it happened once. Is when my dad chased me with a knife in the street, and the neighbors all saw this.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
abnormal. We live in abnormal times. Now, this is already a problem because women are naturally illogical to start with and shouldn't be leading churches or even having
Based.
majority sway over these decisions.
Based.
But they do. And it gets better. Younger generations of women are non-committal and also primarily desire attention. They desire guys to simp for them. And the reason is pretty simple, because of social media and indoctrination. Most young women have this fantasy ideal of what they want in a guy and in marriage. Like all the memes online.
Don't get me started on just how batshit crazy women's standards are. Like, oh my goodness. Not only is just the whole 6 figures, 6 feet tall, 6 inches thing, it's like, no. We have advanced far beyond Devil Chad. We women's standards now is just, I think we're starting to get past 777 Angel Chad. We're starting to get into 888 Cthulhu Chad.
So not even Cthulhu could please these women.
Yeah, no, he couldn't. And there's probably some weird Gooner books that is making Lovecraft, just say a sigh in in the kingdom of heaven.
And if you ask them about this,
Hold on.
they won't-
Cthulhu romantasy stories. I
no.
need to know. Go prove this.
No. What did I do?
Yes.
What the fuck did I
Yes.
do?
Yes, they are Cthulhu romantasy stories. Would you like
What
to
the hell
read
is
Tentacle
this?
Love?
No, I've read my fair share of weird-ass fan fictions before. I think something like that might be a bit too much. And that's saying something. That's saying something.
There's also Monstrous Divine.
Oh. At least with those fan fictions, it's usually somebody who is trying to be gross and edgy and funny. These stories are they're not parody. They're not parody. They are real. They are real. This is a woman writing down her erotic desires of wanting to get fucked by what I think Cthulhu is like, what, a 6th dimensional being, if I could recall.
Yeah, so you classify as an eldritch horror.
Being.
11-dimensional being.
I don't know how your mind isn't just just breaking down right now after hearing an 11th dimensional being speak, but I guess that's how things work on Discord.
The strength of magic.
I guess you elevated your conscience to 4th dimensional. That's enough to survive, but even some of my friends can survive, and that's probably because of their lore. Anyways, retardedness aside, or scurvy lore aside.
define what they want because it doesn't exist, and usually it's a fantasy in which they keep the power, but the guy still somehow is like this masculine hero. It's illogical, it doesn't make sense,
Describe
and
morning
that's
glory
women,
milking
okay?
farm
These are the
already
people
divine.
who are now running a lot of your
Gosh.
society.
Oh
Or
my
at least they're
God.
running the church. Anyways, this means that from a desire perspective, most average women just will not date or marry average guys. They only desire the best imaginable options. Like, everyone knows this now because it's been a
Hypergamy.
meme for like 3 years. Now, in practice, anyone who's been to a church knows that in practice, things look totally different. And there are, in
I remember seeing like a meme of like it's like, you remember the whole man versus bear thing, right? Who would you rather deal with in the woods, like a man or a bear? You remember that, right?
No. I remember that. The thing is, if you ask a gay guy that question, it's basically choosing between two men.
Yeah. I know what bear means in that community, unfortunately. But anyways, it's like the meme. It's like the man starts consoling the bear because the bear just couldn't handle just how shitty the modern woman is. It's like and the man was like, I know these women are crazy, and the bear is he's just sad.
fact, average and even above average
Like
women
my
dating.
thing, like when it comes to the whole like reasoning of like, oh, I'ma choose a bear rather than a man. It's like the wild animal that will look at you as food is somehow better than a man who's potentially dangerous.
That's how I know. I remember Spoon saying it's like I forget if it was on the Wang and the Whitelist. It's like in regards to that question, it's like the women choose the bear because the bear is dangerous, and you referring to the man, the average man, are not. But then to me that kind of raises the question of like, well, I think these chicks have their sense of danger way out of whack, and that's probably for Probably because they, single mother households. We don't really, honestly, we should do more studies in regards to just like the effects of single mother homes on on women. That's just me though. That's just me.
Average guys. So obviously someone had to compromise, and this leads me into the actual idea of simping. So like what is simping? As most people should be aware, simping is like multifaceted. But in essence, it's when a guy compromises on who he is as a guy, and basically subjugates himself to the will of a woman in order to either sleep with her, which he shouldn't be doing if you're a Christian, or date her, or even just get attention from her, which is super
I'm glad I didn't lose my V card to the random sluts I met at the bar. I'm actually very glad about that.
feminine, because that's what women naturally desire to do. It's like a reversal of what women usually do. So that's pretty cringe. Next, let me explain what's going on today in terms of guys and simping. In the church, there are actually levels of simping. I've thought about this, and I'll explain.
Oh.
Because of the dynamic described earlier, there are a lot of
Wait a fucking second. Does that chick on the right have a damn nose ring? Ugh, you can't even escape that in the church.
Second?
Hold on, wait. Oh, wait, what? Where were you, Damien?
No. I was. I said go back a second. I didn't see the nose ring.
Okay, it must have been
like a reversal going on today in terms of guys and simping. In the church, there are actually levels of simping. I've thought about this, and I'll explain. Because of the dynamic described.
Not even that. The fact that like the other chick has earrings.
It's a little bit blurry, but do you see this right here where I have my mouse cursor? That's not just part of her nose. That's gold. That's like gold.
Yeah, no, that's a no-no.
Earlier.
Yeah, you're not you're not supposed to have like these fucking weird ass piercings. Like I know some people have earrings, but it's just like it's pretty simple stuff, or it's like a cross. But you're not supposed to have like fucking gauges in your ears. You're not supposed to mutilate your body.
A lot of single people, especially white people, for some reason, they are not getting married.
White people aren't getting married because the ethnic group that's been targeted by Shekels propaganda the most has been white people, especially white women.
They're definitely not having kids, and most aren't even dating. This has led a lot of these young guys to become desperate. And, it sort of makes sense. Like, all the memes online joke about, women, you've seen this, will be completely non-committal all the way up to their, mid to late 20s or later.
But yes, I know, I've read portions of it that does parody the modern woman.
Then all of a sudden, they'll start dating the guys who used to simp for them. Like, it's a meme, everyone knows this, and we've seen this happen. Everyone acts like, well, they've just changed and now they've got realistic expectations. That's what they tell you, right? Like, well, here's the thing, they don't. Like, no, they haven't changed.
Are you familiar with this phrase, Damien? Don't trust what a woman says, see what she does, or something like that?
Oh, yes, I'm very familiar with it.
Okay. These women
and another one that's good is don't believe a woman that cries in public.
That's a good one. That's a good one, man. I'll keep that in mind.
All of a sudden start giving attention.
Thankfully, I don't think the girl that I like that I met at church doesn't do that.
To their simps, to these feminine men, they are not
It
attracted
can be
to
up
them.
on the menu.
The reason women today do this stuff is because they realize that they are not going to get some fantasy guy who ticks every box. And so they will then try and marry someone. But here's the thing, keep this in mind. These women are not marrying someone they actually find attractive.
That's a big point, too. It's like, especially as women tend to get up there in age, especially when they hit their 30s and they're really going through baby fever, the epiphany phase, as we in the manosphere call it. What they will do more often than not, they will just settle for a guy who probably not the best looking, is most likely a virgin. I'm not saying that as like to shame of other virgins or whatnot, like myself. It's more or less just like these guys don't know any better. Like they don't know they don't know how women work. They don't know that they are ripe targets for manipulation, especially in this kind, especially if they put pussy as a false idol. They do not know how to navigate. Just like, oh wow, it's like it could be like, wow, this is the first time a woman actually likes me for me. They get tricked that way. But and usually these are like somewhat older guys. They're in their very late 20s, probably early 30s, or very early 30s. They tend to like, it's like, oh wow, this is the first girl that I even though she's not a virgin, it's like, oh, she's still pretty. I could look past it, shit like that, right? And
that's a big problem with a lot of guys. It's just the fact that they can condition themselves to accept anything because they constantly told that any kind of standard is a slight against a woman.
Yeah, exactly. But that too. But also, I think it's just like a lot of these guys have been just like, and it's true. Like, you've seen the rates at which men are not having sex these days, right? Like, and the rate of like virginity among like young men in the States. I don't know what it's like in South Africa, but in the States, it's like there are more and more guys who are telling themselves, who are telling people out, they're virgins. I mean, it could be halo effect or whatnot, but taking it as it is, which I believe that's the case. Pattern recognition tells me that's also the case. It's like, and also hearing people's like stories, the dating stories at bars or whatnot. I wasn't just trying to flirt with the ladies, I was also trying to make friends too. But in regards to that, it's like I listen to what the when I ask like guys about like all the dating stuff or whatnot, I listen to what they have to say, and it's like it's a pretty prevalent pattern in that regard too. Like it's like they what they want is like actual companionship, but the women around them just don't want to provide that, and it's like they're not unattractive either. Like they're above average, maybe like 6 or 7 out of 10, but they're going through the same problems I am.
But the biggest problem is this: it's that men don't have lofty expectations. Men are realistic. Men are basically like, if she likes me, I will date her.
Yeah.
That's men. Woman is, I. My God, that famous guy messaged me on Instagram. I can date him.
It's like he. Oh, fucking hell, pickle. That's funny. But anyways, it's like the thing is, I'm one of the I remember talking to some chicks about this stuff too. It's like I very much said, it's like I think those chicks also wanted to get with me for the night, but I said no, because I got so drunk I couldn't consent. But that's another story. But basically, I was just like, if you're not a virgin, I'm not interested in you. It's that simple. It's like I actually have standards unlike a lot of guys these days. And if you don't meet them, they're not that hard to meet. A lot of the standards that guys have, it comes down to lifestyle choices. Meanwhile, for the standards that women have, it's on a genetic level. Like, a guy cannot control his height, he cannot control his schlong size, he cannot cannot control his eye color, this, that, and the other that relates to physical appearance. Meanwhile, a woman doesn't have to sleep around with every Chad that she meets or every guy that she meets. She doesn't have to get fat. She doesn't have to get all the fucking tattoos in the world. She doesn't need to get the weird piercings. She doesn't need to do a lot of the things that society wants her to do. She doesn't have to do any of that.
Oh my gosh, I like you just reminded me about something. So like circling back to like book talk for a second. One of the reasons that I believe a lot of women are like they prefer the characters in fiction is because those characters don't have expectations for them. Whereas real men have expectations for their partner. The lack of expectations is what draws them into these characters. It's because it's like, I can just show up, do nothing, and he will always do something for me, and I do not need to reciprocate it.
That's a... I didn't even think about it like that. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Damien. Something else too, like on that subject, it's like, for the average woman to date like a high value man, and for that, let's just say, I think there's like either she was like a virgin or had a low body count, right? And she was dating like a high value man who was actually trying to settle down. The guy was like, if she disappointed him in any way, like he would like reprimand her, not verbally abuse her, but definitely reprimand her of like, hey, like, come on, you need to do better than that. And she was like, oh my goodness, I didn't know how much effort it took to date a high value man. But that's the reality. That's what those guys want. If you can't live up to them, if you can't live up to that and to what they want for you, good luck actually trying to marry them, even if they're trying to like actually settle down. Good.
You know, like let's look at Morning Glory Milking Farm. The Minotaur that the main character gets what is like, when you're with me, I'll take care of you, I'll treat you, I'll spoil you, da 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 da. You never have to do anything for me. And it's like, what rich man is gonna say that?
No rich man.
Which is crazy to keep in mind when you see these people giving their vows at weddings and stuff. Like, it's literally just a lie for some of these people. You have to keep that in mind.
Oh yeah. By the time I get married, this is something I actually did talk with my priest about. It's like, I would take those vows 100% seriously, because they're, to us Orthodox Christians, it's like Christ is absolutely involved in the marriage. Not in the way, probably not in the way you're thinking of, but in the spiritual, like, kind of in the spiritual sense. It's like, we don't want to let him down in our marriage. Like we want to, our marriage should be to edify him, and also fulfill what he wants from us. And that's what a lot of the ritual represents in the Orthodox marriage ceremony. It's like, it's not just like affirming to each other, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. It's also telling Christ that you're also telling Christ that the vows that you're saying to your wife, Christ is also, he'll hold you to it. He'll hold you to that. That's why divorce is such a rarity among Orthodox Christians. Like, it's unheard. It's almost like unheard of. I remember my priest telling me out of 300 couples, only 3 divorces will happen. That's how low even though there's all the laws and all the shit that incentivize women to get divorced, if her heart and her mind is actually focused on trying to live her life as God would want her to, it's like that, and that is quite the spiritual thing. That's quite the spiritual thing right there. In regards to, sorry, I'm kind of stammering on my words right now. In regards to the marriage, it's like, it's not just the husband I'm making. It's not just my husband I'm making this promise to. I'm also making this promise to take care of my husband, to my Lord and Savior.
And that's one of the reasons, like, believe it or not, I oppose gay marriage.
Based.
You know, like the thing is, I will still get married given the chance, but I don't believe that it should be something that happens because, as we've said, it's like a marriage is a covenant before God. It's like it
Yeah,
needs to
I
be
can't say
between
I
the
exactly
the
approve, so
relations
to
he.
speak, for you, but it's just again, it's because it's the Christian in me. But other than
Yeah.
that, it's like I know there's all sorts of like tax benefit. I know in America there's like all sorts of tax benefits, and it's just like if you really like again if you want to get unionized, that I like
Unionized.
that's my issue. It is the label too of marriage. Like that means something to to like a Christian. It's like
Yeah.
union. I don't have a problem with like unions, so to speak. It's more or less like marriage. Like it shouldn't be called marriage.
You know, because it isn't a marriage. Because the other thing is this: it's that a marriage. My accent's coming out. A marriage is supposed to also produce children.
Yes. Now, again, male, female. They do the old in and out comes a bambino. I'm not
Yeah.
Italian.
No, Goblin. It's not my Indian accent, which I don't have. It's my colored accent that was coming out. Yeah, there's a big difference between the two. And on the gay thing, oh yes, so colored. It's what we call mixed race people in South
Oh.
Africa.
Oh, so I guess
It's
I'd be called colored then.
yes, you would.
Even though
Let me see.
even though if you ever meet me IRL, it's like I like outside of the whole Scurvy lore stuff, it's like you could say I'm like in American terms white passing, but it's like then you learn that I'm part Iranian and part Ashkenazi. It's just like, oh yeah, no, I would be called colored, huh?
You have some Jew in you. I don't think the German in me will agree with that.
That part of me is basically like gone ever since I got baptized. The devil's blood has been purged from me.
Once women reach this point, they're not dating based off of attractiveness. They're actually trying to find a simp who has money, but will, subjugate himself to her. And if that doesn't make sense, I'll explain. A lot of these women do not respect the guys they marry. And in Christianity, obviously, you can't cheat in marriage. But what I've seen these women do, and everyone knows who they are subconsciously when you meet one, when you meet someone like this, you just know, is they will flirt with other guys. And they might...
Yep. I know every now and then when I bring this stuff up, I think I mentioned it when I was on Corky Bug's stream a while back, and in regards to the whole like male friends thing, it's like in regards to that, it's like IRL, absolutely not. If you're so insistent on having like guy friends, I know some people who actually respect the boundaries of our relationship, and it's my fellow Christian VTubers. It's basically that. I just say meet my fellow Christian VTubers who would not want to hit on you at all. And if somebody does, I'm very good about sniffing out stuff like that, Like I'm very good at calling out bluffs, especially after I had a drink or three in my system. From women. I did this a lot at the bar, especially when the more shit-faced I got. I would call bluffs left and right. But basically, it's like, I do not, like, IRL, I do not want her to have any other, like, male friend besides me. And then online, the only exception, if she really wants to, in a public Discord space, it would be to talk to the fellow Christian VTubers I know, and there's other women in that group too. So she gets to make just friends in general. But in general, outside of that, it's like Yeah, no, you're not gonna have male friends. The rest of the world doesn't operate like this. Our relationship isn't gonna operate like that, and I'm more than happy to cut out the like the IRL female friends that I still have. By the time I get into a relationship, they know this too, and they get it. Um, so I would try to do whatever I can to not have any sort of infidelity happen. That's why I like, even if she does talk to like some people online, it would be a crowd that I approve of, and having talked to them, and a lot of these people are also in relationships themselves, and they value not not breaking that boundary. They value that. Like, actually, they value that a lot. Some even more than me, which that's saying something, really. But in general, it's not abusive to tell a woman, it's like, no, like, I don't care if he's your best friend, you're not gonna talk to him anymore. Like, clearly there is a line, and I want to establish that, and it's important.
Yeah, like, because the thing is this, it's that even with me, with like some of my male friends, it's like even if we're friends, it like the attraction happens. It's natural. Like your feelings change over time. Now, thankfully, with me, I lose interest in people very quickly.
I'm probably
Yeah,
the
no,
exact opposite. Actually, no, I
yeah,
think
no,
I
like,
am.
yeah, no, like I lose interest in someone very quickly, to the point it's concerning, because I can be like so infatuated with someone, and then they'll do something, and I'm like, ugh, I don't think I like you anymore.
I know for me, it's like, if I see, like, for me, I lose interest immediately if I see like a nose ring or a tattoo, especially if it's a tattoo. Like, I know I've been let down. Like, I started getting feelings, like serious feelings, and then I see she has a tattoo. I'm just like, it kind of bums me out a little, you know. But then I move on pretty quick. But it's like, still, it's like, if you don't have those things I don't like, it's like, I actually will be wait, like interested. I for me, I'm on the spectrum or whatnot, so, and because I'm a guy, naturally, we're very visual creatures. For me, on the spectrum, I'm especially a visual creature. It's like, if I see something on you that I don't like, it's like, that's what my eye is actually gonna focus on, and it's just like, and then in my mind I'm just like, oh, fucking hell, man, are you kidding me? You have to have, like, what a disappointment. That's what goes on in my mind, and I still keep my my asshole persona going until I'm done with the interaction. Then I just move on.
I suppose that's fair.
Night Rexus. Let's keep going.
Might do it subtly, and they use other guys to get attention even once they are married. But they know that if their husband is a simp, if he's feminine, he's gonna let her do whatever, and that's gonna fulfill whatever desire she has, where, she can be
desire
married and
for
have
control.
resources, and then also get attention from more attractive guys. So that's just not on, but that's what's happening. You voted for this. Isn't that the meme? You voted for this. Now here's your bed to lie in. And look, now ironically, women used to be taught to pray
Glad
and
I
find
voted for
validation
Cthulhu.
through God, but the church for some reason literally doesn't teach this anymore, or at least the ones I've been to. So instead, women are trying to find the same sense of like attention and validation in the world and in guys. But the thing is, that will never be fulfilled, because what these women are seeking is a type of self-justifying gratification that.
And that, I made a video. It's like, I think it's called "Ladies, Jesus is not your boyfriend." Like, if a woman views Christ as like a boyfriend figure and not like a father figure, because this is a real problem among Christian women. It's like the phenomenon of like, oh, Jesus is my boyfriend. It's like, no, he's your heavenly father. Get some fucking help.
The thing is, we're talking about women. They would make anything their partner. Remember, they even marry themselves and then divorce themselves.
getting alimony from yourself. What a fucking nightmare.
That only God can give. If you're a Christian woman and you don't pray and you don't find your identity in God, you will try and find it in other people. And if you're a guy, if you add simping into the equation, it just destroys everything. If you're a feminine simp, because you're justifying that. Okay.
See, nothing says, I don't know how to feel about tattoos. Sometimes I'm fine with them, sometimes I'm not. I guess for you, it's a design thing. If I were to take a guess, it would be you don't like sleeves. For me, I'm just repulsed by any kind of tattoo. I don't like ink on the female body. I think tattoos are a very masculine thing, it's like I don't want to date a guy. I don't want to date a guy. I actually want to find a good woman. I want to have a family. I want to settle down, have a family. I'm 25. Next year I'm going to be 26. I by this time in my life, I should already be on my second child. That's my thought process behind that.
Oh, we're the same age.
Pickle, I do know your wife has just a tiny little dot. I think it's on her neck or something. I know, but that's a little different. I know for me, it's just for me, it's just still I don't like ink on a woman's body.
Consider all of that.
It's just disgusting.
Because now I want to explain why guys, especially these Christians and so-called conservatives, are probably the biggest simps. Why do they simp? Well, I think there's a few reasons. The first, by far, is that most guys understand, whether they admit it or not, that women today have all of this social power, legal power, and, relational power in relationship dynamics, which is unnatural. If you're a guy, you feel that there's something weird about that. Now, I talked about this in my last video, the one on women pastors. And to be fair to the guys, this is actually something which is hard to navigate because women act illogically and they have all this power now. But what happens is that guys will simp in order to keep their wives happy or their girlfriends happy. Again, because if they're...
So, Damien, something in regards to this topic right here on simping, something that I've noticed among the married couples at my church, the man is always the leader. He's always making the decisions. He's the woman asks, it's so hey, what's happening? And she's the one who asks. She's never the one who says who says anything authoritative, and that's even that's we're heading we're heading out now. It's very much just the husband will reply with the plan, that's we're gonna be heading out now. See you next week see you next week's divine liturgy. That's usually what happens. I've not seen a single couple at my church who does not follow this dynamic.
Because the thing is, it's you need a clear hierarchy.
Absolutely.
This is one of the reasons why I take issue with corporate and multiple managers and stuff, because you create too much branch in hierarchies. It's oh, you need to talk to your team lead, then you need to go to HR, and then you go to your manager, and then your manager goes to their manager, and their manager's manager. It's
I knew this guy, who 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 knew this guy's cousin. It's that. It's literally that.
And it doesn't work. And when it comes to men and women, to the degree of it's in a relationship where both partners should have a say, you run into a problem. Because now the thing is, one, women are indecisive.
Well,
Like,
that's true.
oh my god, like, let me tell you, when I take my younger sister out to like different restaurants, she will always order the same thing. And the reason why is because she's scared of trying something new in case she gets disappointed. Now,
Wait, is your sister autistic or something? Because
I don't know.
that's how I could be at times. Unless for me, this is how it was for like Nashville hot chicken. I just like at times as I started getting more testosterone in my system, it's like I just wanted to fucking try something, and I was already drunk, so I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna have the Nashville hot chicken. And I love that shit. It's so good. I love spicy foods now. I used to not be the biggest fan, but now I'm just like, if it has some spice, hey, I'll try it, as long as it's not like just fucking peppers or whatnot. I still don't like to eat peppers, but I love spicy shit.
Um, I'm gonna speak to my sauce guy at work. He makes hot sauces. I must speak to him and see if I can get like one of his stronger sauces, and if I can ship it to you, I will try.
Shipping to Tropicana County is kind of hard, you know.
As I said, if I can, I'll try.
I do know. Don't South African people have a propensity for spicy foods?
Oh yeah, no, we definitely do.
Damn, y'all fellas be white people and shit. Shit.
Oh no, he is a white guy because he's Portuguese.
Ah, gotcha.
Wives and girlfriends aren't happy, they'll literally self-sabotage relationships and marriages. And if you're married, like, they can divorce, which, you know, wasn't
Yep,
a very
it's way
big
too
thing
easy to
back
do
in the
that
day,
in the
like
West.
100 years ago. So things have definitely...
Damien, did you know that in Romania, the reason why like they have such like before the modern age, did you know what the percentage of divorce in Romania was before like the 2000s?
0?
7%. That was the lowest in the world at around that time.
Yeah, the thing is, the reason I went with 0 is because I know Romanians are kind of like meh about everything.
So let me tell you, this is something I learned from Legion of Men. He's Romanian, lives in Romania. He lived in America most of his life, but he was born in Romania, lived there for a few years, moved here, and now he's living in Romania now. He's married, but basically he told like back in the ye olden times, and keep in mind Romania still has one of the lowest divorce rates in the modern world at 20 at like I think it's like what probably in the very low 20s if I can recall, but basically
Uh-huh.
back in the day it's like people like the couples that were about to get a divorce were literally taken like in a prison like place where they could just argue, and almost all the time no divorce would happen. Only 7% of the time an actual divorce would happen, and it's like then you have to go with that whole procedure. But it's like other than that, it's like people actually got to talk through like their differences, and it wasn't just like, oh, it wasn't a threat, because again, no fault divorce isn't a thing in Romania.
Yep.
I wish no fault divorce was just obliterated from the West. That's something that needs to go.
Look at the fact that like almost 95% of divorces are initiated by women.
Wait, hold on a damn second. It's 95 now? I thought it was 80. I thought the number was
No, no, no.
80%. It's
No,
95?
Yeah, it's almost 95.
Wait, is that in America or South Africa?
I think that's in the US.
Motherfucker, wow, That's news to me. I last time I checked those numbers, it was 80. Oh my goodness, it's so much worse now.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me see. The closest 95 divorce rate in South Africa is basically 95 per 100,000 for white South Africans is one of them. So like basically out of like 95 people per 100,000 white South Africans, they will get divorced. Let's look at Asians.
My goodness, that's horrific. That's really horrific. Hi, Kappa.
I'm
How
gonna-
are you?
Gonna give you the stats now. I just wanna like find. Okay, let's see. Black South Africans have the lowest divorce rate, 24 per 100,000.
Wow. Oh, wait,
White South
95 out of 100,000, right? I thought you might have cut out there for a little bit.
So let me give you the numbers quickly. So Black South Africans is 24 per 100,000.
Sorry, if it's a little quiet, I'm a little bit away from my mic.
Oh no, it's fine. Yeah.
No, I was talking to chat.
Oh no, I heard. So in South Africa, the black divorce rate is 24 per 100,000.
Uh-huh.
For white South Africans, it's 95 per 100,000.
I see.
Indians or coloreds is 63 per 100,000. And then Indians or Asian is 57. So it seems in terms of marriage, blacks basically outpace everyone else.
I see.
Change for the worse.
Yeah, but you know what's funny? Like my mom has been divorced 3 times.
Oh, I wonder who the common denominator is.
Oh no, it's definitely her. Most definitely.
Second
her.
reason is that a lot of these guys are like obsessed with sex. Like all they want is to sleep with their wives. But their wives know that they are like these lustful, uncontrolled beings because, they don't temper themselves. And so their wives know that they can use sex to control them. This is actually something I would say is a bigger problem in the church and amongst so-called conservatives than it is amongst anyone else. So there's 2 problems here. Firstly, women should not be trying to use this to control or coerce. But guys as well should not be controlled by impulsive sexual desires, which they are. That is simping. That's a form of simping. If a Christian guy jokes around with a friend or does something his wife doesn't like, guess what? She's gonna make it known that she's not happy. And she'll do stuff like if you're married, they'll withhold sex until, the guy basically repents and then subject.
Yep. That I don't again. The whole thing with that whole thing right there, it's like, no, the guy does not need to, he did not commit a sin there. That's something a lot of Orthodox wives understand. It's like, he has his way of communication and she has her way of communication. And she's not gonna be like, oh, I don't like how his friends, how he talks around his friends. It's like, she understands that it's just like, well, this is just how he communicates. And again, you have to be able to, I'm speaking to women here. It's like, you have to be able to understand. It's like, us guys, we do not talk like you. We go about, we will say the worst shit in the world to each other and not mean any of it. Like, we just communicate differently than you do. Especially to our friends. And oftentimes in a lot of the Protestant relationships or whatnot, it's more or less just a bunch of this tone policing nonsense. I've said it before and I'll keep on saying it. It's like, trying to tone police me will not work. I do not come from the same background as some of my fellow Christian VTubers do. I was exposed to the faith via other edgy assholes like myself. And I see that approach as very, very effective. That's just me. But trying to tell me to, I don't like your tone. It's like, that's not going to work on me. I'm going to tell you. It's like, Too bad. That's what I'm gonna say. It's just it's too bad for you.
My particular problem with people complaining over tone or like how you sound or how you said something, it's like, was what I said wrong? Yes or no?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
that's one thing that really frustrates me. Is that like the moment you ask someone, "Can you please answer this question? Yes or no?" and the way so few people actually answer the question.
Yep.
Indicates himself again, and most relationships today are like this. It's the rule, not the exception. Okay?
It used to be the exception.
Something which
and
ties
everybody made
these two
fun of the
reasons together
exception.
is actually the acceptance of feminist ideas in the church today. Conservatives are mostly idiots, okay? Like, they claim to be traditional or based, but in reality, like, they believe in feminist talking points from the 60s. Like, just admit it, like, that's true. Like, but because it's been...
Exactly, because it's like what Spoon said before in regards to that. It's like, conservatives are of the time and traditionalists are timeless. I try to be in the latter category, trying to be a bit more traditionalist, even though I wasn't exactly traditional my whole life. I'm trying to rectify that, but in regards to that, it's just like if you ask somebody like Sydney Watson or Lauren Southern, if you were to
Uh,
take them back to the 1920s and ask them, and they just started saying their beliefs to like the men or even the women of the time, it's like they would be seen as like the farthest of the left.
Wait, Lauren Sutton, you telling me uh, the woman who let so many men go down south, that she's not traditional?
Whoa! It's so shocking. I know. You take her back to the past before there were games being made that were shitty and sucked ass. They they weren't traditional if they were to spout their political views. Because again, the Sidney Watson types, oh yeah, well, women should have the right to vote. Yeah, no, yeah, no. That you tell that to a man living in the 1920s, he would be like, "Are you fucking crazy, Chica? Are you fucking nuts?"
Like my particular problem when it comes to like, oh, it's like like I love Lauren Sutton and Sydney Watson where they're like, feminism is bad, but
But they'll never they'll only say the third wave and up is bad. They never want to talk about how the third wave came about, and that came all the way back from the 1880s from a bunch of Jews in England.
yep.
been more than one generation, they take like radical, what would have been considered radical 1960s, like women's liberation, talking points and stuff, and they take that stuff as fact because that's what the boomers believed. That is not traditional. I mean, for example, they love that idea of like a strong
I remember some faggot tried to get into an argument with me in regards of like, oh well, you must be most tradcons. Bitch, I'm not a tradcon. I'm a monarchist. Okay, I'm not conservative. I am very, and even then, the whole label of tradcon is a bit of an oxymoron because, like I've established already, traditionalists they're not the same as conservatives at all. But the thing is, they're like, oh well, all this anti-porn stuff comes from Radfem talking about. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it fucking doesn't. The radical feminists, if you look back in the history, they fucking loved that shit. Again, because they
So
were
so here's
Jews.
so here's something that no one ever like talks about as an angle as to why women dislike pornography and stuff. It's not that women have an issue with the existence, is that in women's minds they view anything that men enjoy as competition
Well, yeah,
against them. So it's like the reason
absolutely.
why the reason why most women cry about like sexualization in video games is because they're like, oh my god, it's It's some other woman he can spend his attention on.
Dude, exactly. I mentioned this before too. It's like modern women are so broken that they think that Eve from Stellar Blade is actually going to take their man from her. That's how stupid and delusional the modern woman is, and they actually believe this nonsense too. I get it. It's part of their nature, but at the same time, it's like, oh my goodness, and it's so retarded. That's all I have to say. It's so retarded. It's like, no, and even as somebody who isn't exactly the biggest fan, I actually really don't like Stellar Blade. Tell you the truth, but even if you were to say, use an example of something I actually like, you could say like Ninja Gaiden. That series has a lot of like busty female characters, but it's like, that's not taking my Chica. You're delusional if you think that women that are allies to the main character or villains to the main character are going to steal my attention, steal my commitment, from them to you. You're fucking retarded if you think that. I'm playing Ninja Gaiden because it's a very deep and robust game with a very, very intricate combat system. I am like, that's why I like games like Devil May Cry or Ninja Gaiden, which I'm probably gonna play 2 on stream in the future. That's besides the point, but it's like,
I don't want to touch Ninja Gaiden again because I decided to play that game the first time ever on hard, and oh my god, the first boss just wrecked me constantly.
Wait, Ninja Gaiden 2?
No one.
Wait, on the NES? Or the
No, no, no.
or the reboot?
Let me see. Sigma.
Gotcha. Yeah, 2 is like the best one. 2 is the best one, to my knowledge. But it's like I could see, I can actually see that that's out of all the Devil May Cry type games, that Ninja Gaiden is probably the hardest.
Yeah, no, it definitely is the hardest. The thing is, it's like you need to. How can I say? You need to like
It's
pay attention
autistic.
to the exact moment you do your combo. Like you have to pay attention to your button inputs, and you have to literally just look at every enemy because it doesn't matter if they're off screen, they're still gonna hit you.
Yep.
Independent woman or a strong woman in the workforce. Strong woman pastor. A woman leader? Woman pastor? Based? How is that based? Like, can you imagine going back to like
Don't bother playing Stellar Blade. The reason why I say that, it's like Dark Souls and Devil May Cry do not mix. They don't. If you actually look at the game's combat system in any meaningful way, that's what Electric Underground did. And I know he got some flack for that because, he's saying an unpopular opinion about La Stellar Blade. But it's like, it's true. I see it with my own eyes. It's like it just doesn't gel well. Those two kinds of genres don't gel well with each other very well.
Yeah, like trust me, and one of the things that like really annoy me is the fact that we don't have any like competition for Devil May Cry. Like not even competition, but games in that genre. Because Bayonetta or
It's
rather
so niche.
Platinum,
It's very
because
niche.
I know
like
it's very niche.
shmups. It's like shmups. Those
Yeah,
kinds
no,
of
I get
games
that.
are very niche, and a lot of gamers don't want to be bothered to like even on the like normal difficulty. Like, they don't want to learn. They just like all they want to do, and you could blame DSP and games journalists for this. Actually, they just want to quote unquote experience a story, but it's like, well, where's the game? Like, and like I know Synthetic Man has said this before, and I've echoed his sentiment before, and I completely agree with it. It's like games are no longer being made for gamers. Like there's not enough games with deep entrenched combat loops that actually encourage you to go from one room to the other.
Yeah, like the thing for me is like this, and this is also one of the reasons. Like, I'm going to say something controversial right now. Games are not art.
Oh.
No,
Oh.
like really, my belief in something needing to be art is that it has an intrinsic value that can be appreciated universally. When it comes to video games, it's a very niche taste. Not everyone is going to look at Dark Souls and say this is the most amazing thing ever.
I fucking hate Souls likes, if I'm being honest.
The thing is, it's like I played the game. I played Dark Souls 1. Not I didn't get like very far, but it's like I played it for a bit, and I'm like,
Hold
I
on,
can't see
Damien.
the.
I'll be back.
What?
Keep chatting.
Oh, oh, what do I chat about?
Keep up with chat there, Marty. Anyways, I'll be back in like a few seconds.
UB stole me away from my wife. I want to play Still Blade in the future. The thing is, it's like I would like to play Still Blade on stream, but at the same time, it's like I have an issue with playing anything that's like popular. So I might not ever play it. That's a problem I have. I played Bannerlord. I front my infantry towards the enemy and archers in the flanks, and I charge on my horseback. I play Mount Hunter for the combat. I haven't played the new one, Bannerlord. Don't listen to Scurvy's opinion on video. He thought Silk Song was a roguelike. No, Goblin. Goblin Antler, you must be lying to me. There's no way. There's no way you thought that. Daisy, your mother was a whore. Stop scratching the cheek. Yes, guys, that's how I speak to my cat. At least I'm not her son. I don't I don't abuse by animals. Well, physically, verbally is a different story. I love all of these random ass. Like, I'm gonna ask you to commission me if I follow you people that follow me on Twitter. It's like I know the moment I follow you back, you're gonna message me, and I'm not gonna do it. I call my pets every other name. They're a proper good cat. Oh my gosh! Like, what do I like when I speak to my cat? Her name's Daisy, but I'm like Miss Whore, Miss Pussy. That's how I speak to her. Or I'll be like Miss Streets, because despite having forever lived her life in a home, my cat loves the streets. Like, she will only appear when I step outside of my room. Then she will appear because she's very concerned about why I'm outside my room. But outside of that, she won't bother with me until it's like she decides she's gonna be in the room for a while. Then she'll bother with me. So it's like she's Miss Streets because she's always in the street. And oh my gosh, she really doesn't like a lot of people. So like whenever there's like
Don't you
a
worry,
few,
Damien. I am back now. I just needed to get another shot in my system.
yeah, and I was talking about my cat.
I see.
And
I gotta send you a picture of my. I think I did take a picture of one of my snails recently.
yeah, no, because when I speak to my cat, when she was busy scratching on the chain, I was like, "Stop it, miss!" I said, "Stop it, you whore."
My snails are they're male. Here, I think here, yeah, there it is. There's the picture.
Are you sending it or showing it on stream?
I'm sending it to you on Discord.
Oh my gosh, a pineapple! Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob.
That snail right there. His name is Leo Whitefang, who lives in a pineapple under the sea. Leo Whitefang. You know, I named him after the Guilty Gear character, the same name.
I know that when I heard the name, I was like, did he really name his snail after Guilty Gear character?
Scurvy, do confirm that Silksong. Do confirm that you thought Silksong was a roguelike. Isn't it a roguelike? Isn't Hollow Knight somewhat of a roguelike?
I'm gonna beat you at a controller. It's a Metroidvania.
I know it's a Metroidvania, but it's like I thought it had some roguelike elements too, no?
It's not Dead Cells.
Oh, I guess I am a special I guess I am a very special boy, huh?
It's
I
more like Dark Souls. Listen here, I've been playing Hollow Knight, and it's not as hard as people made it out to be.
Well, DSP has been struggling with Silk Song.
Listen, I struggled with fucking Cuphead. I'm still ashamed.
Let's continue.
Victorian era England, when people were actually based and sharing what's
Oh, you gotta go farther than Victorian England, my friend. I'd say I know Chronic mentions the 1350s, like he mentions 1350s Ireland. I would say go further back to the period of history I studied when I was in undergrad. That being Ptolemaic Egypt, probably the one time a multi-ethnic empire actually somewhat worked out, and then its collapse was also part of the Roman Empire's collapse. That's a whole story. That's a whole thing another time, you know. But in a way, it's like that. If we are gonna have a multi-ethnic society, it's like we could at least try to emulate that, but also truly add Christianity in there.
so-called conservatives believe today, they would think you're like a socialist, like a proto-Marxist socialist or something, like an insane.
Yeah, they probably would call you Jewish. Even in Victorian England, if you were to suggest, oh, women should have the right to vote, and they just call you Jewish for wanting to vote in the first place.
Insane person, and your goal was like to overturn society. That's what they would think you are. So yeah, you know, conservatives actually really enable the feminist stuff, but they try and like cloak it. They go, oh well, it's not feminism, it's just natural.
No, that's not natural. That's not natural at all.
Okay, that's why people joke that what we call conservatism today is just liberalism that's like 20 years behind.
Yeah,
now, this brings me to another dot point, which is that, you know, do women actually love simping? Well, the thing is, women today, a lot of younger women, both simultaneously love it and hate it. Like, they want guys to simp, but they don't respect them. Women biologically have not changed, but they have been brainwashed increasingly in the church into believing certain things. Women have major
yeah, the Protestant churches. You would never hear the Orthodox Church ever say, oh, you know, all this feminist woo-woo nonsense, you know?
Yeah.
flaws in the same way that men do, which society society seems to exploit it. For example, women, if they have the option, will leave their long-term partners for someone they perceive as better, sometimes on a dime. But again, the church doesn't call out why this happens. They'll call out the issue, but they won't call out why it happens. It's because of the flaws of female nature, and they're afraid of touching that. Now, one of the elements of a woman's fallen nature, which we see in the Bible with Eve and Delilah and Jezebel, which I'll probably touch on later, is the desire to control the figure of authority or subvert authority, which is supposed to be the husband. In fact, the Genesis 3 curse to the woman is literally, in Hebrew, correctly translated as something like, your desire will be contrary to your husband or to control your husband, but he will rule over you. That was a curse because it meant that a woman's desire had to be tempered, okay? This isn't taught today, and so obviously women continue on trying to control.
I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Protestant and hell, even Catholic churches aren't teaching this story of Samson and Delilah. I know for at least for us Orthodox, we focus on the New Testament, specifically the Gospels, like in that or the epistles that the Apostle Paul wrote. But for the most part, it's like the reason why we focus on the Gospels is because again, it's Christ. But feel free to, but you're always free to ask your pastor or your priest about these Old Testament stories, and they'll provide you with the actual like insights from from the church fathers and all the other authoritative figures in the Orthodox Church in regards to those stories. So you're going to be set on the right path, and the right path is it is exactly what Divine is saying here.
And just to give a little bit of contrast so that this doesn't sound like just some anti-woman video, men have to temper themselves as well, because for men it's different. For men it's like, men get angry and violent. Women don't really do that as much. Men also have like a lust for power, or just lust in general. Women don't struggle as much with that. So men and women are different, and they need to temper themselves differently. But again, we only hear about like the men's side of the issue, which is good that we hear about that. But it's like, your wife is trying to control you. Your wife is controlling you. That's why you're not talking about this. Okay, this is why women desire men to simp. Okay, it goes beyond just getting validation and attention. Women understand that if a man is not simping, he is not directly under their sway, which means she cannot act contrary to him without him pushing back. Now, at the same time, women also...
There's also, like, in terms of modern society, there is a lot of consequences to pushing back, even if it is just a difference of opinion. That's fucking tragic, if you ask me.
Yeah, and that's the reason why it's like we often find ourselves in positions where we can't be on the right path because it's like, oh my god, someone's gonna be upset.
Exactly, and it's just like at some point, and this is what happened throughout most of history. It's like, somebody said, "I don't give a damn. We're gonna do this anyways because it's for the good of our society." Unfortunately, testicular fortitude is at an all-time low in modern society.
Simultaneously hate simping and hate simps. Okay, women are biologically, they don't change. They're still driven on a deeper level towards figure in marriage who will lead them, or who will at least set the dynamic and so on and help them and be able to provide for them. When that is missing in a relationship, women on their surface level feel good because they think that this is what they want. They have control. They can do what they want without any pushback from the husband. Women's lib. Women's liberation. But, on a deeper level, they will come to hate their husband, or at least despise him for being a simp. Because naturally, women still deep down, or at least most women, want a guy to provide guidance and leadership and clarity.
The simp guy will never do that. It's not in his nature to be a leader. That's just how it is. Leadership is a skill at the end of the day, and if you're not developing that skill, it's like, how are you supposed, like, if you don't have that skill, it's like, how the hell are you supposed to develop like a relationship where that skill is required if you want to live an actual, like, good relationship, good marriage.
And these simps do not do that because they're not leading, okay? They are following, they're subjugating. So these simps may think that they have, locked in some attractive woman. Guess what? They don't respect you, and they will come to hate you for it. Finally, before I move on to like another point, they also want to keep men from doing anything that could be considered controversial or provocative, especially socially.
Even though it's in our nature to be provocative and controversial. And that's actually a pretty positive part about male nature. It's our willingness to, like, if the time is right to, push a boundary. And I'm not talking about like a sacred boundary. I'm talking about like a societal one, a worldly boundary.
This is actually a
And
very
boundaries are necessary. It's like that story of
Oh yeah.
the farmer builds a fence to keep the wolves out. The wolves have been away for such a long time that the woman no longer understands what the purpose of the fence is, and so she breaks it down and lets the wolves in.
Yeah, exactly. Like women don't understand this. Like we know, like us guys, we know when it's time to improvise. We could still keep the fence, but we can make the fence's material better.
Yep.
important point because this ties into political issues today. You know, again, a lot of women are illogical. They are emotional, and they primarily want, you know, women today, not women back in the day, but a lot of women today primarily want attention. They want good social standing.
Attention. A lot of so basically the modern woman, like, she puts attention. She makes attention like this false idol, and like there's a reason why there's the importance of like not making false idols. It's not necessarily just like it's not necessarily just I could worship you and I could also worship Zeus. It's like obviously that's condemnable, but also it's like, you know, there all sorts of things can be put up on a false idol, whether, you know, in regard to the evangelicals, Israel, for the women, attention, you know, it could be something like the almighty dollar. All sorts of things can be made into a false idol.
Yep.
And they want peace for the sake of raising children, even if it means submitting to like a lie. But that's why in today's society, especially in these big Protestant churches, the women control everything and they will never speak out on any controversy.
So I remember not that long ago, a friend of mine, like in VC, is like a different channel or whatnot. He was like, I wish that like I'm just so tired of all the mainline Protestant stuff. It's so feminine. I think I mentioned it's like, you know, there's always orthodoxy, and I don't think he was listening to me, but in my mind I was just like, I know exactly what you're talking about. Everything is so every one of these, like, or so many of these Protestant churches are all about just trying to appease women and only women, and just telling men that they're you know, you have to wisen up. You have to pull yourself up by the bootstraps if you want even a chance to. It's like, motherfucker, you are so, like, you're not even trying to understand like current day issues. Like the Orthodox clergy, they are pretty on top of this stuff. Like even my own priest understands what I'm telling him when I say when I was telling him, it's like, you know, like the phenomenon of hypergamy. It's like he knew what I was talking about. I don't like the average Protestant preacher, right? I have a feeling if I were to ask him about this stuff, he would be like, "Oh no, that's so evil. You know, that's Satan right there." It's like, no, it isn't. That's not Satan. Feminism is Satan.
They'd probably be like, "Are you a misogynist? Do you hate women?"
They probably would ask me that. It's like, I'd be like, motherfucker, like, my goodness, I don't think you get the issue here. It's like, I'm not the problem here. And I'm pretty, and if something's my fault, I'm more than happy to admit it, but this is not my fault. I listened to your advice, the boomer, oh, you know, just be nice to her. It's like, I listened to that, it didn't fucking work. Now what? And then there's like, oh, you still gotta be nice. It's like, no. That's not what the women want. The women don't like that. What can you do? What can you do, Mr. Protestant pastor? The Orthodox pastor will be like, yeah, I get what you're saying. It is pretty bad out. It is pretty bad out there. Granted, I don't think he's gonna be like, it's like, hey, don't have hatred in your heart or whatnot. But still, it's like the Orthodox preacher will at least understand, and also he's probably married himself. Orthodox clergy are allowed to marry.
Yeah, no, that's the one thing that I am aware of.
It's a pretty important distinction, believe it or not. Like I know like Catholics tend to they could get a bit uppity about that, but it's like but married clergy have been a thing since Saint Peter.
Or relevant issues.
Biblical basis for that.
In fact, they will usually play into the prevailing lies or the prevailing narrative, the current thing, because it's safe. For example, I love highlighting this, but Judah Smith's wife, whatever her name is, she literally gets up there and says that abortion and pro-choice is Christian because...
What?
The fuck?
Exactly. It's like, no, it isn't. You're killing an innocent life. And again, the science proves this too. Life begins at the moment of conception. Nothing has yet to disprove this. And the thing is, it's like, of course it's a woman who's saying this. Again, there, financial incentives or whatnot. But man, that's crazy alone. The fact that you have, like, priests, the wives of priests who are preaching, that's already a no-no. And the fact that they're saying, oh, my pet issues are Christian. It's like, no, they're fucking not. Absolutely they are not. I swear. So, like, it's a serious fucking issue in Protestant churches where the pastors just have their pet issues be focused on rather than, spreading the gospel.
It's loving the life and choice of the mother. This is your future. Do you understand? This is your future. Judah Smith's wife in an oversized business suit on stage. This is your future, okay? You voted for this. Strong, motivated guys in contrast.
Yeah, there was that woman from earlier. You see the nose ring now, Damien?
Yes, I do.
Why is she preaching? And someone like her should not be preaching at all. Now, I know that, I think it was like a few days back, I commented on, in regards to like a woman preaching the Bible. Like, she's not a priest or anything, just like an influencer. Good friend of mine was, asked me, it's like, is she preaching in front of any men? And yeah, having looked through the footage a little bit, there were guys that were in the crowd for like security or whatnot. So it's like, yeah, and it wasn't like an argument or anything. I think she was just trying to understand where I was coming from. But basically, I was like, yeah, there were some guys in the crowd, but in regards to that whole situation, my friend, my brother in Christ, Nikolai, made a video about that, and his channel has actually been blowing up pretty hard, actually. I think, I don't know what he's at now, but he's getting close to 1,000 subscribers, and it's been almost like a month. It's crazy. I'm so happy that he's been.
That's really good for him.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that. It's like it's all well deserved too. Like he's an author too. I should mention that as well. He's written books in regards to the Orthodox faith. But he covered that whole thing, and I sent my friend Celeste that video. You know Celestium, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I sent her that video because she's looking into Eastern Orthodoxy too, and so it's like I thought I'd help a sister in Christ out and do that, and it seems like she gained some like a good insight from that. Well, let's continue for a little bit longer. Then I want to cover the female gooners. I know it's getting I know it's getting pretty late for you, so I don't want to keep you up for for much longer.
Yeah, no, thankfully, I usually go to bed at like 5 a.m. on the weekend, so you're fine for like another hour or so.
What? Damn, dude. I remember, like, when I was living on my own, the latest I'd stay up was like, like, it would be like 2 or 3. I think the latest I ever stayed up was till like, in recent memory, was like 3:30. It's like, okay, I cannot stay up till 4 in the morning. I need to go to bed. And thankfully, that was before I moved back home. But now, I don't I tend to stay up till at latest like 1:30.
Trust usually want the truth, and in today's society, that is considered deliberately controversial. What do Christian women do in response to young men fighting for the truth? Right? Like, well, today they literally try and shut it down. Like, I've seen this happen again and again and again. If you're
Shut
a
it
young,
down.
motivated Christian guy who, you know, is compelled by the Bible and compelled by biblical truth, and you want to stand up against, you know, let's say abortion, let's say all of the issues in 2020. Remember that? Remember 2020? I do, because I stood up for, you know, the truth during that time period. You know what?
Damn, I know for me, I was just starting to learn about like just all this stuff. Like when I was going through all the 2020 stuff, I like especially when I was in undergrad. Still, I very much was the libertarian type. And the reason why I'm shadow banned here on YouTube has to do it actually is because I was talking about the lockdowns. As they actually are, you know, being medical tyranny or whatnot. That's why growth has been so difficult, so to speak. But I do remember telling my friends about these issues as well, and it was kind of hard. It actually was kind of hard. I was my social skills went from like 10 to like negative 50 at around that time, if we're gonna estimate it. But
The estimations.
yeah, guesstimations. But basically, it's like still I was it kind of that taught me to just help me stand up for my beliefs. And now looking back on that now, especially when I was like living on my own or whatnot, that's all I was doing. Especially when I got shit faced, was just talking about like, you know, my political beliefs. And I've actually convinced some people to look into monarchy before, which was like, that was awesome. And I didn't think I was like, you know, I was just kind of quoting Spoon and other people here and there. It's just, but people found that convincing, and I sent them to, you know, to their way, and hopefully they actually learned something, if their normie brains are capable of learning.
The thing is, like, if you're able to just get the people to go and look up what you're talking about, you've done more than you possibly could have imagined.
Huh. That's an interesting way of putting it.
Happened, who was the primary resistance? It was women. It were these Christian women who were like, it's for our safety. Remember that? So they say, we've got a racism problem. Man, we've got a racism problem out
No,
here.
we don't.
Really?
We do not have a racism
Where?
problem.
Last time I checked, we just let everyone in. Is that a racism problem? But whatever, look. I want to give some biblical examples of simping, because it is actually biblically backed up. And there are 4 examples off the top of my head that I can think of, and they're all classics. They're all certified classics. The first one is Samson and Delilah. And if you don't know the story, Samson is...
I think we're gonna watch this section, and then we're gonna get to the female gooners in regards to
Alright.
those fucking books.
literally gifted by God with a secret power for his strength, which is having long
I'm gonna
hair.
need more liquor in my system.
And
so.
he knows that he needs to keep
Yeah, no, when
this
you take a
secret,
break, I'm gonna go make
because
myself
if
a
his
cup
hair
of
is
coffee.
cut, he loses
you need caffeine.
his power. He was like a Nazarene, so they
No,
grow
no, it's
their
more
hair
like a
and they
comfort
don't
drink
cut it.
than actually like
This
helps,
woman
helps me
Delilah,
stay
who I
up.
think it makes out as like a prostitute. I haven't read it in ages.
Decaf,
But it's like
huh?
she literally convinces him through
Eh,
sex
never.
to give up his
I
secret.
see.
And it's not just like, people read that story and they go, oh, well, Delilah like tricked him and he didn't know. In this story, I think it happens 7 times. I think 7 times Delilah tricks him, or 6 times, and he gives up he fakes his source of power, and the Philistines try and jump him 6 times. Clearly, like, Samson wasn't an idiot. He would have drawn the connection. But his wife, Delilah controlled him, and he eventually...
Did you know, Damien, that there are quite a few Old Testament figures that are considered saints in the Orthodox tradition? I don't think Samson is one of them, but Melchizedek, he's considered a saint. Same with Adam and Eve.
Really?
Mm-hmm. The reason why Adam and Eve are considered saints in the Orthodox tradition is because Christ grabbed both of them by the wrist and dragged them out of Hades.
Ah.
In the Orthodox tradition, it's like Hades refers to like hell, but then also okay, I don't want to speak out of my ass or anything, but I definitely know that Hades refers to to hell. I think that Hades himself, like the deity himself, is also there. I could very much be wrong, and if anybody who knows a lot more about theology than I do, absolutely correct me on this. But the reason why okay, hold on, I'm all jumbled now. But anyways, basically the reason why Saints Adam and Eve are considered saints is because one, obviously they're the first people on on Earth, but also they were the first to be redeemed by Christ. So that's a very rough explanation, but I hope it somewhat suffices.
It makes sense. I will need like a more in-depth explanation at some point.
Yes, not an orange who has had a little bit to drink tonight. That's for sure. Hold on.
If you read the verse,
Sorry,
I'm pretty sure she goes on like
it.
this rant before he finally gives it up. She's like, "You don't love me anymore." And then he's like, "Okay, fine, it's my hair," and she kills him. Well, she doesn't, but then they take him prisoner and he dies. So, and then there's Ahab and Jezebel is another one. Even worse,
I assume you know what the insult Jezebel means, right?
Yes.
Jezebel,
Alrighty.
like, Ahab is.
It's often
basically painted as
used
being-
here in South Africa.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
I assume it means kind of the same as it is in the States, as like, just a whore.
Yeah.
I remember in that, Scott Pilgrim ruined a whole generation of women's song. It's like, she's a whore, a dime a dozen, Jezebel. Is that how you guys use that too? Like just
Yep.
dime a dozen Jezebel?
Yeah.
I see.
being this like feminized, like weak guy who like, gets upset and sulks about the fact that he couldn't get a vineyard. And Jezebel is like this domineering, like this domineering woman who was like, I'll get you the vineyard if you submit and give me what I want. And he does it. And then he dies. I think Jezebel dies, like, gets eaten by dogs. Herod and Salome, as they call her, is another one. In this story, for context, Herod, not the Herod from the start of the Gospels, but the Herod during the time of John the Baptist, has captured John the Baptist. When you read scripture, it actually says that Herod liked John the Baptist and actually liked his preaching and didn't want to hurt him. The daughter of Herod's partner, Salome, basically, it infers that she does this like weird like sexual dance thing for him, and then he's like, I'll give you anything you want. And the mother tells her to kill John, to get the head of John the Baptist, and that's what happens. And the fourth example, which I can think of, is Job's wife. A lot of people forget this. This stood out to me. There's a verse in the book of Job, which I'll probably find and put on this video, where Job's wife literally has this like breakdown and tells Job to curse God and die. She literally says that. She says, curse God and die. For no reason. And then Job hits back by saying, like, you speak as every foolish woman speaks. So, you know, that's a biblical example of...
That's a pretty based approach to to telling a woman to shut up right there. you speak as if every other earthly woman speaks. At least in terms of context for that. But I'm gonna take another shot, and then we're gonna get to the female gooner epidemic from Shionhead's recent video. So I'll be back in like a few seconds.
Okay, I'll be back in like a few minutes.
Alrighty, see you then. am back. Let's see. Let's see, I got a DM from Dusty here. Ahab and Jezebel, they plotted to murder the vineyard owner by holding a feast in his honor to kill him. Ooh, that's interesting. I actually didn't know that, Dusty. I know Damien is getting some coffee right now. So let me... I don't mind checking on my notifications while we wait. So I'm just gonna stop the stream for a little bit so I could check my notifications. Thank you, Pickle, for celebrating the fact that I that I got somewhat canceled. Check out Underworld Fox, by the way. He's a cool guy. I'm gonna go find his channel for you guys. Okay, I'm gonna see. Oh, fucking hell! I just saw one of the most cursed Mari thumbnails I've seen. I have to take a look at my. Damn, egad, what the fuck did I miss? Okay, I gotta take a look-see here. And absolutely, I'd like to take a look at Nikolai's response to Halloween. It's interesting. I'm gonna be going out to. I'm gonna be going out this Halloween for sure. Fuck, dude. I gotta. Where is he? It's. Fuck, dude. I know he uploads pretty frequently. I just gotta find. I gotta find his motherfucking channel. Okay, there he is. I'm gonna send you guys Underworld Fox's channel link. Oh, motherfucker. Okay, this means, because I forgot my chat is being retarded. Not you guys, just YouTube itself is being retarded. Give me a second. Give me a motherfucking second. Okay, there it is. Copy. Okay. Finally, I could send you guys Underworld Fox's link. So, shout out to you, Foxy. I know it's like almost 4 a.m. in South Africa, but don't worry. I'm just waiting for Damien to make his coffee. I do want to see who. I do want to see if. Okay. Oh wow. Looks like I'll write a comment to my friend Mr. Ginger here. No, Pickle, you're not joining. I'm sorry, Pickle, you're not. Just wait. No, Pickle, you're not allowed. Keep up this insubordination and you won't be mine anymore. I probably will generate another link to this stream because I'm gonna be going for a while now. Just as I expected to. You're not DSP. I am still live, y'all, and my co-host is still on. How long does it take to brew coffee? YouTube. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm only streaming on. Come on, guys, bully Scurvy into getting me on stream. All right, Pickle. If you're gonna have a poll. Okay, you're gonna have a poll.
I'm bull.
Welcome back, Damien. Welcome back. I was worried I'd have to make a poll when I'm unable to make a poll. but that's besides the point. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Wait, did you say a pole or a poll?
Poll.
Okay. So I was on my Twitter earlier, and there was like this ad for a chicken place in SA, and I was like, "Oh, is this chicken place near me?" And it wasn't.
Ah, damn.
But I was like, "Hold on, wait." What ended up happening was, I was like, I searched, is like, is it near me? And this other place came up, and basically, it's it's called Chicky's Fried Chicken,
Ooh, I love
and
fried chicken.
and the thing is, it's Louisiana style fried chicken.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Damn, dude, I did not know. I did not know those places were in South Africa.
Yeah, no, so I messaged my mom now at like fucking 3 a.m. And I was like, I said to her, next week Friday, we are getting food here.
I see. Well, that's something right there. That's something. Let's see. Nothing says, yay, shoe on head. She always makes me laugh. Well, I don't like shoe on head. I have to be honest. I do not like shoe giving head. I have to be honest. And I guess every VTuber now has to react to shoe on head. So, fuck me, dude. This was inevitable.
Except me. I haven't done it.
You're already doing it right now, Damien. You're just doing it on my channel.
Listen, it doesn't count because it was not my plan to stick around this long.
Fair enough. But let's get started. This is gonna be torture for me, isn't it?
I didn't see you there. What am I reading?
I watched this video
well,
already.
just one of the best-selling
Long,
books on
like, in the
Amazon
week.
right now, with millions of sales and almost 20,000.
Oh, you're not streaming, by the way, for me.
What the fuck? I thought I was. Okay, it must be that I didn't. Yeah, I was also talking to some other people, my fellow brothers and sisters in Christ. So that's probably why. But I could. All right, can you see it now? If not, just click on the thing and then just click on the thing with shoe on it.
You know, like the thing is, it's like I'm in like your Discord and stuff, and it's like I see absolutely nothing. Oh, hold on. It popped up now for some reason.
Yep, just click on that and you'll be watching again. I had to close out the stream so I could take a look at my Twitter feed for a moment. Just my notifications. I didn't want you to see that, Marty. Anyways.
Oh. You don't want me to see that you're cheating on me.
What the fuck? No. We're not even in a relationship.
That's what you
reviews.
say.
This book has been absolutely blowing up, especially on TikTok, or Book Talk, as the kids call it.
I like to call Book Talk AIDS. I think that's pretty fitting. I like to call it AIDS.
The thing is, it's exclusively female, so wouldn't it be syphilis?
Oh, right, or chlamydia. What about that?
Yeah, no, that works too.
So yeah, syphilis or chlamydia.
Thousands and thousands of women in particular have been raving about this piece of literature. What piece of literature is it, you may ask?
I took like 3 shots earlier. That was not enough.
Well,
that was not enough.
Morning Glory Milking Farm, of course. A popular romance novel about a young woman.
You know what's the funny thing?
What?
The funny thing is that I can write erotica. I've written like heterosexual stuff, homosexual stuff. My writing knocks Morning Glory Milking Farm out of the ballpark.
Oh no, is it like worse somehow? Is that what you mean? Like the fan fiction I wrote a few years back that I read for people on stream?
Is it worse? It's much more explicit. some of the stuff, but I'm talking just in overall like writing quality.
Oh, for me, I was just like trying to like be disgusting for shock value and for comedy.
No, 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 my good sir. My writing is able to arouse, and that's the intention.
Oh, yeah, no, mine was not meant to arouse at all. It's to make you disgusted and laugh. I mean, hey, when when you make a military tactician character sound like a fucking ghetto rapper, and you write some pretty cursed shit involving Travis Scott in there, it's like, well, you know.
What the hell did you write?
Oh boy, that's a fun one. I think it was for either my first or second stream regarding going over cursed fan fiction from Regretful Reads. So around that time, this was like a few years back. I was just like, this is like on a train ride over to like my old school. I transferred schools like before my junior year of undergrad, and going back for like just like a party or something. I was like on the train writing this depraved World of Warcraft fan fiction that I read for people on stream.
Oh my god.
It was so funny to read it. I was like absolutely shit-faced too for that. I found it so fucking funny. But something like this, like I said earlier, like this was not written ironically. This was not written to gross out friends and stream viewers. That was not the intention of this book, clearly.
Yeah, no, like what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send you like a little excerpt from like an interactive novel I should be working on. But I haven't worked on it in like a long while. But that's basically like the first like 2 paragraphs from what I wrote.
Oh my, oh my. I just took a quick glaze at it.
Luck, who does what every young woman does when facing financial struggle. She starts an OnlyFans. No, I'm just kidding. She wouldn't degrade herself like that. She gets a job jerking off monsters.
That's right. The morning glory milking farm.
Okay, something else too. Do you notice how ugly these women are who are just like glazing this book?
Yeah, no, like the one thing I'll say when it comes to the looks of these people, when it's women, I don't pay too much attention to that because if you've watched like Taylor the Fiend, for example,
Yeah,
these women exist on like a spectrum of hideous to gorgeous, but there's one unifying characteristic amongst them all: horrid personalities.
Yep.
Also, by the way, what did Taylor do? You never like went into
Okay,
detail.
now that you're here, I was actually saving that for this stream. So basically, Taylor the Fiend was actually part of Undead Chronic's warband, and around the time that Ribby the Party Frog and the Grey Ghost joined the warband, like Taylor was just he wouldn't shout any of them out, even though Chronic, like, if you're part of the warband, you gotta do what Chronic asks of you to do. You don't necessarily have to like humiliate yourself like what Chaz does. That's just more so for fun, if anything. But like,
What?
it's like you are expected to like promote the other members of the warband. It is like a VTuber group in a sense. It's like, and he just willfully ignored that responsibility. Like he didn't care. Like he only really cared about just having the attention of Undead Chronic, and like, I could shout him out. I was like, I could just mention the warband briefly, but it's like basically yeah, Chaz does it for the love of the game. Typical fusion player. He plays the fusion characters in Dragon Ball FighterZ. But anyways, Taylor, like Chronic calls him Taylor the bitch because it's just like, he wouldn't do anything for like the other members of the warband, like, shouting them out or participating in collaborations. Like, I get it, he's in Australia and Chronic's in Colorado, but still, it's like Chronic expects like camaraderie among the warband members, and so Eventually, like Chronic got sick of it and it's like told Taylor get the fuck out, and Taylor got the fuck out.
Wow, I didn't even know that. Because the thing is, I remember there was a point where I saw like a different like PNG model for Taylor, and I was like, why did he make the switch? But now it's like I have the law. I know more than what I used to. Yeah, no, now I see. Like I'm looking at like his previous art and it matches with the current feel about like what I'm looking at with the warband. Now the funny thing is that now the people of his group, he shouts them out now as often like always at the start of any video he does.
Yeah, it's his own group. That's the thing, the Fiend Gang, I think that's what he calls them. It's like, I see him
Yeah.
shout them. Maybe that's his way of atoning, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. Maybe it's just
I
he
don't
wanted to just ride off the. I think Chronic also said, like, a while back, it's like, Taylor felt like he was just too good for the warband, and because of how rapidly he was growing. And
yeah, no,
ironic, here's the ironic thing, like, Ribby the Party Frog, like his first channel, like out of all the Warband channels, he had the most amount of subscribers at like 110K, I believe. He was about to get to 200K, but YouTube was just like banned him. And the reason why YouTube banned Ribby was like it was a thumbnail. It was a pretty innocuous thumbnail of like a girl at the beach. And YouTube was like, "Oh, her feet are out," and it's like, "Motherfucker!" It's like this is not porn. The thumbnail was not pornographic, and now Ribby doesn't do YouTube anymore. Like again, he never needed to do YouTube for money. He just is like a nice little side income thing, but basically he just just kind of was over it. So. But they're still, I think Chronic and Ribby are still in touch, so.
the thing is, like when you put in that much effort and then YouTube fucks you over, it's like
Oh,
you
yeah.
immediately lose like any kind of like want to continue doing it. Like I'll admit this because it's crossed my mind, and it might come across as like being extremely shallow, especially for like not even having done VTubing for like 2 months. But oh my god, it is disheartening when it comes to like views where it's like, oh my god, I'm streaming, and then it's like I'll get like you guys watching like for a few minutes, and then you pop off, and then it's like just me in chat because I'm watching my stream.
I see. I know for me, for my stream, I have my phone with me, so it's just so I could read chat. But basically, it's like for me. Sometimes I'm watching while I'm also on the job too. So it's like at least for me there's that. But also it's like there's like quite a few of my friends are also streaming at the same time, and I want to say hi to them.
Yeah, no, that's the reason why it's like I feel like I should change the time that I stream, but at the same time, it's like
It's actually
I can't.
not bad. At least for somebody who lives in my time zone, it's not bad. I'm able to catch you at like I'm still able to watch your streams.
Yeah, because for me, it's like I don't want to. How do I put it? It's like I don't want to like constantly have to change my times to like get viewership because at the same time, I could stream at the perfect hour. I could still not get people.
Yeah, but that's also the thing too. Like every now and then, some of my streams they're to quote DSP, they're a bit low on the support. Of course, you can always donate at cash.app/cash sign ScurvyRum or fund something on my throne page. Or better yet, you could also go to the dragonstreasure.com, find your favorite anime-themed tea or coffee, and use code ScurvyRum at 10 for 10% off your entire order. And I also get a little bit for as commission. So
Oh, look at you! You could go against Ben Shapiro when it comes to ad libs, but at the same time, you are Jewish as well. So should I be surprised?
part Jewish, unfortunately, but that's besides the point.
I have been reading Morning Glory Baking Farm since last night, and it's
Disgusting.
This was a good time. It did not disappoint.
If this book is trash, then I am a fucking raccoon. Give me all of the garbage.
Get your eyeballs
Like,
on
pause
it
here.
because it is so good.
Like, pause. Like, if you go back to that brown chick before Squidward came up, like there you have an attractive woman.
Not my type.
Yeah, no,
I have a bit of a type, Damien. Her eye color mainly. It's not blue or green.
Oh no, eye color. I thought you were gonna say skin, because you know me. I love all my white men.
I know. I mean, hey, I know. For me, when it comes to like skin color or whatnot, I mean, hey, it's not like I haven't had feelings for a bit more, some light-skinned black chicks I've met before, or some slightly darker Latina chicks. Not like I haven't had. It's not like I haven't caught feelings for them before.
The commonality must be in the backside, I assume.
What do you mean by that? Those
Big
women
asses?
tend to be nice to me. That's why.
I was gonna say big asses with a reason.
Yeah. Oh, funny. I generally speaking, I like women who are nice to me, and then as I start asking questions, and if they start talking themselves out of the relationship, or if I see like a visible red flag, it's just like, okay, then oh well, sucks
But
to be
the thing
me, I
is,
guess.
You wouldn't want me to be too nice with you.
Yeah, I don't think I would.
Is trash, then I am a fucking red.
I regret to inform you that there is a new epidemic. An epidemic that many have yet to discuss. And that epidemic is female gooners.
I'm reading what I read.
Yeah, old post-wall white woman. Disgusting. Fucking disgusting.
Now, for those of you unaware, gooner is internet slang for someone addicted to porn. And smut is slang for dark romance novels, otherwise known as porn. Many correct about the dangers of...
Remember when dark fantasy meant something like berserk or bastard? Now it seems like dark fantasy means smut novels that women can flick their beans to.
I was gonna say rape, given that most
That's
women's
also the case.
smut involve that.
Oh, well, yes. That's also the case. Majority of women have rape fetishes. Let's not forget that.
Porn addiction with men, how it can destroy their lives and their relationships, and most men know the material they consume is weird. That is why they are ashamed of it. That is why they delete their browser history. That is why they go incognito mode. But these bitches freaks out here. They display their smut openly in bookstores. They proudly...
Okay, what was
These
that?
bitches freaks out here. They display...
Okay, I know that there's a trend among women of like this whole hear me out cake thing. Even some of my sisters in Christ have partaken in this, and of course I ripped on them for this. Talking about you, Eepy and Punny, but that's just so weird. At least in their defense, at least they weren't talking about how they'd want to be railed by like one of the cars from Cars, or well, I'm trying to remember something from Bunny's List. It's been a while. Either way, I wasn't even drunk when I was listening to that. But still, it's like that whole hear me out thing. It's like, I learned a lot from that, and I was just like, oh my goodness, you'd want, in my mind, I was like, you'd want to be fucked by that? And then it's
Women
just,
have interesting tastes.
yes, and the women call guys, the gooners or whatnot. It's so fucking weird.
Display their smut openly in bookstores. They proudly pose in front of their smut collections. They discuss their smut openly on TikTok. They go to smut conventions and get choked out by 9-foot-tall shirtless Wendigos. Now, I know what...
I remember when I was listening to Legion of Men's reaction to this. He was just like, even if you're ugly in the face, if you want to get puss, all you have to do, get shredded, put on one of those masks, and you're good. You're golden. They do not care. Do not ever take the mask off. That's all you have to do is not take the fucking mask off, and you'll be golden.
Do you know what's hilarious is that like one of my like bucket lists of like sexual fantasies is to get someone to do it with the mask on.
Damn. Okay.
Thinking. Shoo.
Yeah. Unfortunately, unlike these
calling
women.
the kettle degenerate? Yes. Yes, it is. But have you considered it takes one to truly know one? You see, women are strange, fascinating.
Yeah, I know, Spoon. You've showed your tits off to the internet plenty times before. I've seen them. Unfortunately.
Creatures. For centuries, men have tried to figure us out. Our mood is affected by the tides and the moon. We bleed for 5 days and don't die. By painting my face, I can instantly shapeshift from a 4 to a 6. We are truly mysterious, magical creatures. But one of the most mysterious aspects of women to men is our sexuality. You see, us women are not like those disgusting moids. No, we are sophisticated. We are evolved.
I know, you know, when someone like Smuggalana or Banana Juju reacts to something like this, you know, they're laughing their asses off. I'm just like, oh my goodness. Get on with it. Get on with it, Shu. I mean, I have a grin across my face, but it's more of just like, fucking hell. I can't believe I brought myself to this point.
We don't watch videos of strangers slapping their sweaty bodies together. No, we read about strangers slapping their sweaty bodies together. It's different, okay? You don't understand. It's okay when we do it. So, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the rapidly growing popularity of...
Damien, what's your opinion on fox women?
Which one?
Well, you know...
There's Kirsha, there's Smuggalana.
Whether it's Kirsha, Smuggalana, Filian, Tenma, Mimi, Kitsunero, any of them.
Okay, I have to take away my bias against women. Slap that to the side. I have to also remove the fact that Kirsha likes Asmongold, which is bizarre.
Yeah,
she likes
the thing Synthetic Man. I mean, hey, Synthetic Man makes good videos, but it's like, the thing is with Synfleur, his room is too clean for her taste.
Yeah, no, the thing is with the Synthetic Man, it's like he makes good videos, but he's such a despondent doomer, and that pisses me off. So it's like, the thing is, it's like, I have to like pull back a lot of my dislike, and I will at least say this, their existence is beneficial because they're not as stereotypically left-wing as most of the VTuber space is. They do have their moments. Kirsha, it's far less, but with Smuggalana, it certainly does come out at times. I will be upfront about this. I might get clipped out of context in the future. I don't like a lot of VTubers, specifically just due to the fact that a lot of them act like it's still high school.
Yeah,
for example.
You were talking about a situation on your stream earlier today.
Yeah, no, and I mentioned this before. It's like, I'll always use Tiger as the best example of this. Where he specifically cultivated an audience that was going to sexualize him and treat him like a piece of meat. He then complained about the fact that he is now experiencing the consequences of what is curated, or rather cultivated. And then the very same week, he cries about being treated like a piece of meat. He's like, if this picture gets a certain number of likes, I'll show panties. It's like, wow, okay, so why the fuck did you complain? Or if I look at someone like Kirsha, where it's like, I don't know if at any point she has complained about being sexualized, but women do it eventually at some point. But then I look at
I mean, I know she's complained about being with a Jewish guy before. A rich Jewish guy.
I'm not surprised by that. She kind of is the Lauren Sutton of VTubers.
Honestly, uh, I'd say I agree with that. Like, if I were to ever be on Kirsha's stream in the future and I just start talking about women, she'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about, Scurvy? What the fuck are you talking about?" And I'm just like, "No, well, this is what I believe. This is what I believe about your sex."
Kirsha and Spoon have streamed together, and Spoon has skater.
Yeah, I could tell. I probably, Kirsha used to like a lot, a lot of more of my replies in the past, but these days, I mean, then again, I talk about the Jews more often than not. It's like, oh,
yeah, no, that...
Kirsha. The common root of the problem is the Jews.
Listen, she got the juice from the Jew, and now she might just want more juice. You never know.
She's not gonna be. She's too old for me. Sorry, Foxy, you're too old for me.
Yeah, no, like, you know what? It's gonna be so bad if I ever do make it big, and all of these if all of these videos of me saying I don't like this person, that person, this person, that person, they're gonna be like, "Do you like anyone?" I'll be like, "Yeah, I don't even know myself."
Well, I mean, hey, I mean, we get along, I think.
You know, we get along, but the thing is this: it's that we started getting along before I started doing VTubing, and I didn't.
Correct.
And I didn't see you as a VTuber because the thing is, at the time, I didn't know that you were doing the VTuber thing. I only found out after we interacted. What? So even if you do something I dislike, it's like I'm not gonna now look at you as a VTuber and dislike you. It's like, oh, listen, I like him as a friend. You're not gonna like someone 100%. It's gonna be something they do that you dislike. But like for me, at the end of the day, it's like when I look at a lot of these VTubers, it's kind of like, why can you just not be normal?
Well, yeah, you could describe that to so many, like, I would say that was applicable to the V Shoujo, but look at what happened to V Shoujo this year. Oh, fucking collapsed.
Collapsed. Like, do you know like what was one of the really big things for me?
What
is God, I'm trying to remember now. So a lot of like VTubers have went to like TwitchCon, and the thing that like that bothers me is a lot of them were like, I'm standing in line at TwitchCon and I'm listening to all of these VTubers talk about other VTubers and the things that they saying are so horrid. And I'm there like I'm thinking to myself, why the fuck?
It's a female-dominated field. Of course, there's gonna be gossip. Don't mean I condone it. It's just what happens.
That's the thing. Like that's the stance I have. It's that there are majority of the people in this space are either women or fags, and so
gossiping is a sin. Just thought I'd mention that gossiping is a sin.
Oh yeah, no, it definitely is. My entire thing is this: it's that I know what the VTuber space is. And so when I get big, I'm not going to be upset by what's happening. It's like, this is the game. I chose to play the game, and I better understand the rules.
That's something that I have to think about, too. I mean, kind of a bit of a spoiler for the re-debut, but I'm going to be making a new channel next year, primarily because... I'm kind of tired of being like shadow banned. It's like I have an approach to my videos that I actually like to do, and when it comes to the streams, YouTube isn't actually as like trigger happy when it comes to those compared to videos. But I figured it's like I'm just kind of tired of being shadow banned. And like people actually like my stuff, and so I mean, if people want to see my stuff, it's like I probably should. It's probably for the best for the channel, and who knows, who knows, I could, now that YouTube is starting to like lessen on the swearing rules, and it's like who knows, people might actually, I could, if I get to 1,000 subscribers, I could actually get monetized, and I could also actually do this as like a side thing too, and get a little bit of donos here and there.
Definitely do that. talking about re-debuts and stuff, it's like, I know, like, I said to myself, like, even I'm like, I really like, I said to myself, it's like, you know what, I'm gonna wait before I think about, like, getting a new model and everything. And it's like, literally this week, I was like, oh, this would be a nice design. And I had to stop myself.
I know for me, for my re-debut, it took me, it's actually going to be my 1 year anniversary that I debuted as a VTuber. I had this channel for like a few years now, like since like 2021. It wasn't until last year in like November that I actually had a VTuber model. But I wanted to re-debut next year. It's like, this was like a great sort of like trial VTuber model. And my rigger did a great job, of course, and I still like to commission her for artwork or whatnot. But but now it's like I think this model served its purpose. I think I could actually, and seeing the trends that my channel has, it's like I absolutely could get like some serious traction. And in regards to that, it's like, why stay on a channel that's basically shadow banned and has been for years? It's a miracle that I even have the sub count that I have, and of course I'm grateful that I have it. It's just I think I feel like I could actually get somewhere with this now that I'm not calling at least in my videos, I'm not calling people fags every 5 seconds.
The thing for me, it's like, oh gosh, it's like, even if I were to like censor myself and whatever else, the problem is it's that I'm so creative with insults that I would probably still end up in trouble.
I see. Sorry, I'm just responding to a friend. But anyways, let's continue with the video.
Dark romance on TikTok, and the recent dark romance convention that ended in disaster. Let's take a break from all this depressing political news and talk about something silly. Not that those political things aren't important, trust me, they are. You should be keeping up with politics and the news when you can. I know it can be difficult to do, but fear not.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna give you like
about
about 30 minutes and then
So
I'm
before
gonna
we get into
disappear.
this video, let's quickly give a shout out to our sponsor, Ground News.
I don't care about ground news. Okay, yep.
Or how good the characters are. No, they are rated by the spice. And what does spice mean? Porn. It means porn. Spice level is very important to book talkers. How much spice does a book have? What are the spiciest books they have ever read? How spicy is the book they're currently reading? Spice, spice, spice. The spiciest book going viral on Book Talk lately is none other than...
I hate looking at ugly people. It actually kind of causes a little bit of sensory overload for me. I fucking hate it. I don't like it. I don't want to look at ugly things. I like looking at aesthetically pleasing things and people.
Or at least I know I fall in that category.
I don't know. Probably. I mean, your model does. I don't know. I don't know about you.
Listen, the body shape for my model is actually taken from me.
Oh. I see.
Morning Glory Milking Farm by C.M. Nascosta. Violet is a typical down-on-her-luck millennial, mid-20s, overeducated, and drowning in debt. Oh my god! She's just like me! On the verge of moving into her parents' basement, when a lifeline appears in the form of a very unconventional job in the neighboring Cambric Creek. She has no choice but to grab it with both...
Grab it by both hands. What the fuck?
Morning Glory Farm offers full-time hours, full benefits, and generous pay
what
with
kind
no
of job
experience
is
needed.
that?
There's only one catch. The clientele is grade A certified prime beef.
With the manly meat damage to match.
Like my thing is this, it's like I'm down on my luck. I'm gonna now go and jerk off fantasy creatures.
I see. I see.
Oh God! With the manly, meaty endowments to okay.
Morning Glory Milking Farm is actually a profound critique
hello.
of late-stage capitalism.
How is this about late-stage capitalism? Well,
I remember this section, and I was just like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
And toxic masculinity. In this text, we see that the tingling sensation in her coochie is actually the tingling sensation of a Marxist revolution.
Even Shu is like, "What?"
Shoes. I actually don't know where she lies politically. I know she's. I know Shu is starting to get Asmongold to, think democracy should be abolished. I know that much. But this
is every fucking BreadTube video to me, dude. This is every Jack Saint video. So I actually read the book
It's every fucking Vaush video too.
myself, and I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, Vaush likes horses.
The 19th Amendment needs to be abolished. So
You
like I
would get
said, the
along with
story-
these women.
Me with Shu. Are you sure?
No, I'm saying Vosh.
Oh yeah, the Vaush with the fucking book talk gooners.
Is basically this millennial named Violet, and she gets a job basically working at Big Pharma in Narnia, where they harvest
Big Pharma
Minotaur
in Narnia
milk to make Viagra for human males.
Milk.
What the hell is this?
And I read the whole thing. Probably gonna be put on some kind of watch list.
Amalgamite. I know she read that not that long ago.
Yeah.
Come on, Amalgamite, collab with me one of these days.
You need to become friends with Arch, and then she'll collab with you.
Oh, motherfucker. I don't like Arch. I don't like Arch.
Join the club.
I don't want to be a centrist libertarian. I don't want to.
But listen, this is my job, okay? I'm not out here, like, selling feet pics or something. What I do is far more dignified and normal.
I've seen your tits before,
Now, let's take a look at some of these notes I wrote. Let's see. Big dick and balls. At one point, she says the term, and I quote,
Boy.
the seam of his sack. So I'm reading this, and the whole time I'm thinking, like, okay, he probably has, like, a human head, right? He probably, like, looks something like this. Like, just a dude with, like, horns. Then I see the...
What was that?
Looks something like this.
Iced by the Minotaur?
He wants to be your ice cream.
Like, just a dude with, like, horns. Then I see the official artwork. That's a cow. Bro is a cow. Bro is a straight up cow.
No, Hubby Highland, what are you doing?
Oh, in a few parts they're being intimate, and it will be like, his hooves clip-clopped. My...
I mean, I don't... Honey Highland is probably asleep right now, but if she was watching this, she'd probably be really pissed off. Because her avatar is a Highland cow. She's a Highland cow.
To be like, my brethren.
My brethren are being sexualized. And then later on, again, I told this to the server and to my friend Sheffo. She talks about a book called Pounded by Produce. That's later on in this.
Hooves will tear up your sheets. And it's like, I'm sorry, his what? At one point, she describes kissing him. And I swear to God, it was more disgusting than anything else described in this book. She's like describing how big and wide his mouth is and how big and like slimy his tongue is. She's like describing this shit and you're just like,
no.
That's a cow. No. I mean, we are at a solid 5.5 on the Barbeau scale here. This is dangerous territory, folks.
These characters are not human, do not look like humans, and have few humanoid features. Monster fucker spectrum. What the fuck is that?
5.5 on the Barbeau scale here. This is dangerous territory, folks. She also
Oh boy.
f***ers his ass. She f***ers the cow's ass. By the way, if you want an uncensored version of this video and all my videos, Patreon. Go to Patreon, become out. How in this fantasy world student loans still exist. Like, we can imagine a world with minotaurs and humans in a relationship, but we can't imagine a world without student loans. Sad. Oh, and he has one of those.
I swear, this is the kind of shit that just proliferates because this is the side effect of lust on women. This is the kind of shit that they fantasize about.
Yep.
It's disgusting.
Those bull rings, like the nose ring theory septum rings. And in this world, that means, like, you're married, but apparently he's divorced. The man is divorced. This is a divorced cow with a cow ex-wife. The lore is deep, folks. The funniest part, though, has to be when they go on a date. I need to just read this to you. When the bill arrived, she attempted to pull a handful of carefully folded bills from her wristlet before he stopped her. No, that's absolutely not happening. Put that away. She'd not thought-
man, I could tell this either this author is a guy using AI to write this, or it's a woman and she's just trying to, like, rationalize the fact that she's tired of, you know, and having to, are you paying 50-50? It's like, no, I am paying for the date.
Thought about it until the day
It's me. It's my
after their first dinner
responsibility.
together, realizing that in mortification that she ought to have attempted to pay her half. What kind of feminist are you? She asked.
What kind of feminist are you? Of course the main character is a feminist.
Herself. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been out and hadn't paid for her half, including her coffee date with Carson Tinsley. She had come prepared that night, several weeks of her tips smoothed and tucked into her wristlet. But I didn't even offer to pay half the other night and shouldn't have. Violet. If the commanding rumble of his voice hadn't silenced her. The heat of his hand dropped.
No, I have a feeling, I have a theory. The author was probably flicking it while she was writing this. That's the worst kind of erotica writer.
Be surprised.
To her knee would've. I don't want you to feel that you don't have any agency here. I might be the one giving all the orders, but you hold all the cards. Your comfort is the only thing that counts right now.
Let's blow
and
those
if I overstep,
What the
I
hell
want
is
you to
this?
know you can tell me so. But that's not happening. Don't
Actually,
think
the button I accidentally pressed is very applicable here.
Let's blow those whining women back to the dark ages right
But
where
you see,
they
the thing is,
belong.
what I mentioned is that the women find these characters attractive because there's no need for reciprocation.
Exactly. The Minotaur lead who looks more like a cow than a Minotaur, is basically an alpha simp. An alpha simp is like it's an oxymoron. It's like they don't exist. You cannot have the insanely good-looking man just be the beta bucks provider. She will lose interest even in the alpha specimen. That's just what happens. That's female nature.
I'm unaware we're at different points in our careers. You can say no, you can say
Dusty says Torin Maxing.
You don't want to see me again. You can tell me to stop coming to the farm when you're working. It's dinner, not a down payment of your time. But I'm in a position to comfortably spoil someone.
Like cows.
So when you're with me, I'm spoiling you. End of story. She was a good feminist, she told herself, and she definitely couldn't be bought. But if he had suggested at that moment that he would have appreciated a blowjob, she would have fallen face first on his cock with an open mouth without a shred of hesitation. Inside every woman, there are two wolves. Or two bowls. The strong, independent girl boss and the submissive, doting housewife. And in the presence of a masculine man, or a farm animal, she will fold like a lawn chair and instantly return to factory settings.
It's dinner, not a down payment for your time. But I'm in a position to comfortably spoil someone, so when you're with me, I'm spoiling you. End of story.
I don't like this.
Okay, I highlighted that paragraph for myself.
Clean up aisle 5. So that's what I thought of it. But what did other people think of it? What are the reviews on this book? This book has a 4.1 on Amazon with 21,000 ratings and a 3.6 on Goodreads.
Book 1 of 5. I did not catch that while I was listening to this in the gym.
Sweet and steamy monster romance.
Is this just Monster Musume?
Most likely.
Motherfucker, like, book 1 of 5. 1 of 5. Okay, this is definitely going into a future project of mine. It is.
Nearly 60.
It is. This is pure Weimar Germany shit right here. This absolutely would fit in with that future project.
50,000 ratings. Let's just read some random ones here. Hear me out. Hear me out. A milking good time. Sweet and creamy. The spice is spicing. I was very leery of starting this because I thought it was just gonna be porn. The plot is pretty good. The plot? Please.
The plot!
There's barely any plot.
She reads porn for the plot!
This is like the new, I read Playboy for the articles, like, sure you do. This book could kill a Victorian child. 5 stars, I'll never look at a jug of milk the same. I think I'm lactose intolerant now. So that happened. Our eyes will never see the gates of heaven. 1 star, not a helpful guide. This book failed to teach me how to milk a cow, and now my family has no food for the winter. 1 star, accidentally ordered while on pain medication after an operation. Gave this to my mom as a joke gift for Christmas. You what? Lesai.
You
Why
what?
can't human males be more like this? Tall, rich, and handsome are no longer enough, boys. Now you have.
What the hell is this? Let's blow those whining women back to the Dark Ages right where they belong!
All rich and handsome, it's not enough. A big spender is not enough. He needs to be a creature of fantasy.
I'm gay, we're totally gay.
To be a 9-foot tall creature from Greek mythology with a 13-inch dick. I never want to hear from another person.
That would actually kill her, by the way. Yeah, the women are not meant to be taking 13 inches of cock.
The
that
average...
will actually kill them.
Indeed they do, because the average size of the woman's vaginal cavity is 3 to 4 inches. The male penis, on average, is 5.
Yeah, that's what that's something else, too! I don't know why women incessantly ask for, it has to be 7 inches long. It makes no sense! Your vaginal cavity is not that big! Unless you're obese,
Yep.
I guess. I don't know. Fucking hell. Porn has also rotted the brains of women, too. Disgusting. Ugh.
Person about how they read 100 books in a year if this is the kind of slop they are consuming. Well, Ronald, man detected, this isn't for you. This is for women. So take your ass back to Barely Legal Babysitter 5 or whatever the f you watch that is so morally superior than this. Let him who is without sin
Scurvy
cast
is funny.
the first stone, okay? God bless America. It's great to live in a country where I can casually enjoy
No. This is not America. This is why America. No. In America, this would not be written. And if it was, it would be burned by the stake. No. This is why America. This is the lingering essence of Weimar Germany on this country, and it is taken form in these books that are being written. And this isn't even the worst of it. You'll soon learn about Pounded by Produce, which scarred me in orange.
cozy erotica
Like,
about
listen
a
to
young
this.
woman.
Like, I can casually enjoy cozy erotica about a young woman who mulks her way to financial security and true love with a minotaur. This is what freedom looks like. I intend to fully enjoy it before the Supreme Court takes this right away next. Like,
Oh, they should. They fucking should.
And who milks her way to financial security and true love with a minotaur. This is what freedom looks like.
Clarence Thomas should be like, oh, yep, Morning Glory Milking Farm. No more of that. No more of that shit. And the rest of the Supreme Court is like, and then no more Gooner books for women. Deal with that first. Let's take care of that first. And then next Supreme Court decision, let's get rid of the Jewish influence in this country. We're going to get rid of Pornhub. If you agree, say aye. And then they all say aye. And then afterwards, are we going to repeal the 19th Amendment? Say aye. And they all say aye. Glorious. Glorious.
Looks like, and I intend to fully enjoy it before the Supreme Court takes this right away next. If this is what freedom looks like, I'm really rethinking my stance on freedom, not gonna lie. Maybe we should have less of it. All I know is if Donald Trump takes the monster porn, we are going to make 2020 look like a picnic, okay? Bullcock matters.
Oh god, you don't want to know what I don't think I want to. Nothing, if I'm being honest. I don't think I want to.
Oh my god. Edit that out. Editor, edit that out.
At that point, if that was the case, I'd probably think you're Jewish or something.
Women are gonna be picking up Animal Farm now, like, where's the horse cock? Some of you people owe a certain streamer an apology because this book has way too many 5 stars.
Like that book a lot.
Some of you are lying. So after buying this book, Amazon has given me a few...
Like, in regards to that, it's like, if women actually read Animal Farm and were expecting horse cock in there... they should be extremely disappointed because it's a story about it's a story about why communism is bad. That's what Animal Farm's about. Yep. If they're expecting the pigs to get it on with the horses, I don't know what the fuck to tell them.
Interesting recommendations. Would you like to see them? I accidentally summoned a demon boyfriend. That's...
This reminds me. Remember when I sent you all the Quan Mills shit? Like, the time that it's like, fucking hell. It's like, I got my alien homeboys from the Andromeda Galaxy pregnant. Like that shit.
The girlfriend.
Or the hood BBW Velociraptor. That shit. Oh, that was fun. That was a fun time looking at all of Quan Mills' literary masterpieces. This is the same shit. That time I got drunk and saved a demon.
Gentling the beast. Cupcakes for my orc enemy.
This is literally about immigration. And this is get with the orc. Oh, getting with the orc, huh? Invaders. It's just so bad.
Main of my existence.
No, this is fur faggot shit.
The gargoyle and the spinster.
And literally, the thing is, it's like with all of these books that just keep popping up, I'm just seeing female author names.
Yeah, and if they're not actually women, they're guys who see such an open market for just writing this shit, and they just use AI, and the women eat it up.
The widow and the orcs. Hoarded by the dragon.
No, this is how the Drakthir and World of Warcraft were actually created. No!
There's something about dragon.
No! This is Drakthir X human shit. No!
Getting it on with gargoyle.
No, not another gargoyle book. No!
Gotten by the gator.
Made it to the mountain bear.
The gator and the bear. These women want to be fucked by gators and bears. They've priced themselves out of the dating market so much they want to be fucked by gators and bears.
Mated to the mountain bear. Oh, so this is why they chose the bear. The billionaire orc.
No way, that's...
Lilith Stone with a name like Lilith, they might just be a trans.
It's a troon. It's a fucking troon. It's just Thrall. It's just Thrall from WoW in the cover.
Mothman.
No! No, Raimi Ricotta! What have you done? No! This is... No! I hope Raimi Ricotta doesn't see this. She'd probably buy this book unironically. No! No!
Picture wolves and whipped cream.
Oh, look at the woman. It's just, she's disgusting. Oh, she's all fat. And look, the wolves are fat too. Oh, this is some weird furry shit, isn't it?
The wolf in my
For
tavern.
winter.
The wolf. Oh, no. This is... Why does... This sounds like a steamy romance novel from World of Warcraft. The wolf in my tavern. Fuck.
Pounded by...
A veggie love tail!
CM Fairy.
Pounded by produce. Like, so, you know how I've been referring to Sheffo as Pickle, right?
Yeah.
So he is my military commander. He is a member of a warrior tribe called the Dills. And hey Pickle, if you're here, how do you feel about seeing this? Just this cover. And being around one of our sworn enemies in the modern day, the tomatoes.
The tomatoes, I thought you were gonna say the woman.
Yeah, Bob the Tomato, he's a wanted war criminal. From VeggieTales, he's a wanted war criminal. He's trying to deliver our fentanyl creation secrets to his empire, and it's causing a big conflict that I have to be the one to resolve as monarch. But yeah, Sheffa says disgusted.
Produce. Oh, what? Are these the books the Nazis burned?
My husband only reads finance and sci-fi books, and so I think it's about time that I introduce him to some real literature.
Oh, no. Fuck no. He should stay in his realm of business books and sci-fi books. That's his niche. He shouldn't be reading your shit. And if he found out, he'd probably file for divorce.
So the first book that I would like to introduce you to is called Morning Glory Milking Farm. And it's not a normal milking farm like with cows.
Why this book? Why?
What it is it's big, bulky minotaurs, and it's a special type of milking.
See, honey, she's his stepsister, and she got stuck in the washer machine again.
It's the same fucking shit!
Women on TikTok are openly, proudly talking about the porn they consume and getting mad at people when they make fun of it. I hereby ban men from reacting to romantasy on TikTok. Best-selling romantasy books like A Court of Thorns and Roses and A Fourth Wing contain descriptions of hot sex. I feel like that's common knowledge, if not their primary purposes. But in recent months, book talk has become full of men clutching their pearls while reacting to steamy scenes from these popular female-centered books. Obviously, this is all a massive performance. We live in the age of OnlyFans. The odds are that these men have seen actual porn that defies the laws of physics and God. Over 90% of men between the ages 16 and 73 watch porn in any random month. There's statistically no way all of these guys are shocked by the sex itself. What they are gawking at is sex from the perspective of female desire, scenes that depict women coming first and frequently. And what they are surprised by is the women they know love these scenes. In one video, a guy declares,
Mr. Holy Cannolis. Motherfucker, that's his name? Mr. Holy Cannolis, huh? Wonder what that could mean. I wonder.
Now I know why women enjoy book clubs and wine, but his astonishment in itself is astonishing. Like, what do you think adult women were into? Not having sex and drinking wine? Grow up. Imagine a group of men sitting around drinking wine, discussing the porn they watch. That is what you guys are essentially doing. It's just funny, okay? Like, it's funny. Are we really going to pretend that a story about a young woman getting a job milking mythical creatures to pay off her student debt is not funny? It's funny. If that makes me a sexist and misogynist...
I gotta ask Amalgamite about that, not gonna lie.
Oscar?
Like, what were your thoughts on fucking Morning Glory Milking Farm? And then you're gonna learn about Pounded by Produce, alright? You're gonna see how my allies are being wrongfully sexualized. And also my enemies too. I have to show mercy to my enemies somehow. And let this be the way.
You got me. To act like you are so different and above the other Gooners is...
Actually, Damien, the fact that book exists might actually help bring the conflict that we're having to resolution. We might actually be able to focus both our armies on the real problem. Gooner women.
So just women in general?
That too. Or that too.
It's silly. I'm sorry, but you are no different than Joe Schmo jorking it to fat booty Latinas in Space 12. You're sitting there all high and mighty, one hand on the book, acting like you're so superior because you can perfectly envision a horse cock spinning 360 degrees in your mind. I'm not impressed. The scenes these men are reading to...
Well, Vouch likes that, for sure.
Many people, myself included, are insanely sexy, but purely in terms of the acts being described, they aren't all that lurid. And as many of the comments on these videos point out, there's much wilder stuff out there. For example, these men have clearly not yet discovered nodding, a popular term in romantasy right now that involves werewolves whose penises get so swollen after sex they have to stay inside their partners until the swelling subsides. Oh, honey, that's not a popular trend in romantasy. That's just a thing real dogs do.
What the hell is this?
You just don't get it. You don't know
What the hell is this?
What are these
What the
women
hell is
reading,
this?
bro? What happened to that, like, stupid fucking corny Hallmark thing, going home for Christmas to your hometown and falling...
Well, that's not good enough for women. Yeah, that's not good enough for women. That's not gonna, fuck. I don't know. That's just not good enough for women.
Their standards are higher. Hallmark won't do it. My Penguin
with the
Publishing
cute farmer
will.
boy. What happened to that? We used to make fun of that. We truly did not know what we had until it was gone. Now women out here fantasizing about getting their asses clapped by demons and werewolves and goblins.
Scurvy, my wife saw the cover of this book on my screen.
And ghouls. I remember when 50 Shades of Grey came out and people were like, oh my god, this is so crazy. Women are crazy. 50 Shades of Grey looks like missionary sex through a bedsheet for the sole purpose of procreation compared to the shit the average woman on TikTok is reading. At least Christian Grey was a human man and not a fucking dog. You fantasize about dating the quiet, shy, nerdy girl. You know, she's innocent, she's pure, she's not like those other girls, like going out clubbing and hooking up with random men. No, she's at home, curled up by the fire in a blanket, reading a book. Except that book is about f***ing a half man, half bull. Let me let you in on a little secret. The quiet, nerdy girl is...
Pickle, I know your wife is a carrot. So, yes, I do apologize. I do apologize. Not really. I find it funny that your wife got grossed out by this.
Way more of a freak than the average hoe. Are you kidding me? It's not even close. The average hoe might have a body count of like 15 or so, but the quiet nerdy...
But Pickle, you do not possess plot manipulation powers like I do, so...
Girl is fantasizing about getting back shots from Cthulhu. That is at least 100 bodies. Now listen, there's nothing inherently wrong with fantasizing, okay? There's nothing wrong with roleplay. You know, fiction is fiction, right? You know, you're not actually going to bang your stepsister, right? These women are not actually going to bang a cow. Or at least I hope not. We all know there is a difference between fantasy
we're getting into
and
that
reality.
part of the
well,
video.
what happens when they try to bring fantasy into reality? Well, you get Sinners and Stardust.
Boy. Hey, cheapy reviews. So much for all your shit about fiction not affecting reality.
But the thing is, it's not that... I will make this claim. It's not that fiction affects reality. It's that women have no grasp on reality.
Look, it's motherfucking Pyramid Head. It's fucking Pyramid Head. Do they not know where that comes from? I mean, they probably know it's Silent Hill, but do they know the significance of Pyramid Head?
Nope.
Probably not. But hey, all you need to do is just get ripped and you'll have...
What in the eyes
pussy
wide
for
shut is
life.
going on here? Sinners in Stardust was supposed to be a dark
Even if you're
romance
ugly.
ball for
Even if you're ugly, just
romantasy
put a mask
authors and fans alike. So what's the big deal?
They'd want to get fucked by Pyramid Head or Mr. Wendigo.
Seems like a fun, sexy time, right? Maybe, if you're a woman. If you're a man, the night may have gone a little differently for you. Alright y'all, it appears I have to make a post that I'm frankly pretty goddamn upset I have to make. This post is for the readers who don't understand consent and boundaries only. A lot of you may know my good friend Animus. He's attended a signing of mine in the past and obviously is a musical artist. This past weekend, he attended Sinners in Stardust and probably had one of the most heartbreaking experiences. So listen, he's a man, right? But do we think that means it's okay to put your hands all over him without consent? Or to put your hands in his waist?
You think these whores understand the concept of consent?
Nope.
Especially with... yeah, you already answered my question. I didn't need to ask it further.
Ben or down his pants or touch his dick? Hello? Do we think it's okay to quite literally back him into a corner and touch all over him to the point that he literally cannot tell how many hands are on him and whose are whose? Do we think it's okay to send him into an actual panic attack because of this? Furthermore, do we think it's okay to interrogate him and insist he detail how he'd kidnap a woman despite him repeatedly saying he wouldn't do that and you know that shit is fiction, and then attempt to follow him when he tries to get away? And if that wasn't enough, during the time of this mob, him and another author received notification that an air tag was tracking him, which showed on his person all the way to his hotel room. They molested this guy until he passed out from anxiety, and then they put a f***ing tracker on him in order to stalk him back to his hotel. This
Woman be crazy.
Yeah.
Woman be crazy.
Bitches be crazy. Bitches be crazy.
poor guy dressed like a character in one of the romantasy books at this romantasy convention full of women. That is like throwing roast beef into a pit of wolves. Or in this case, throwing a wolf into a pit of roast beef. I remember years ago there was this thing called Cosplay is Not Consent. Basically it was a campaign to bring attention to the fact that people at conventions would often come up to women dressed in sexy costumes and just grope and grab them without their consent. Yeah, apparently we have to bring that back because these women did not get the memo. I've been a furry for over a decade and attended a lot of fur cons. Sure, sometimes weird shit happens, but honestly I can't believe the dark romance crowd is out here acting like this. Like me and my buddies in our fursuits are more respecting of consent and bodily autonomy. Get your shit together, y'all.
Damn.
When the furries are calling you out for being freaks, you need to reflect. Something has gone horribly wrong. Not only were the men at this book talk convention assaulted, but women were also assaulted by women. Multiple women, including a performer, reported being assaulted there as well. Even an author there said she was groped and dragged away from her friends and said no matter how many times she said no, quote, "My words did nothing." May I remind you, this is a book convention, okay? For books.
What the hell is this?
BDSM clubs are more respectful than this. There needs to be more studies on how—
At least the safe words are respected, I think.
They are.
Women's brains. Because clearly some are unable to tell the difference between fantasy and reality. Ivy Lipton, a doctoral candidate in human sexuality, actually wrote about this for EV Magazine. I don't know what a doctoral candidate in human sexuality is, but she's hot, so I trust her. Your brain on orgasms
I can agree. She has some nice cans.
isn't neutral. Dopamine release during climax is a powerful
But she's definitely way too old for me, so pass.
conditioning agent. What you repeatedly fantasize about becomes necessary for arousal. If your erotic imagination centers around abuse, monstrous violence, and submission to non-human entities, your brain is reprogramming itself to crave just that. It's not empowerment, It's neuroplasticity at its darkest. Scientists, psychologists, and the general public often state that men are visual and women are emotional. When it comes to sex, men can be turned on instantly by a sexual image to spite their mood, and women need to be turned on emotionally to...
And yeah, of course, as always, I should remind you, an erection is not consent. Well, not just, I'm saying you in the plural sense, but an erection is not consent.
But it is consent.
Oh boy.
Get in the mood. So it stands to reason that porn for men is visual and porn for women is in the mind. I'm not equating porn to smut novels because one is a video of two people actually having real sex and the other is, well, just words on paper. I am, however, talking about the effect on the consumer. We know watching porn is bad for the brain. That's been proven and only rejected by gooners who don't want to give it up. But is reading smut bad? You might say, duh, that's the whole point. Okay, fair enough. So let me rephrase, is reading smut harmful?
Oh, absolutely. It's not gonna, like, affect the guy, like, a guy's brain, where, again, we're visual creatures. A woman, on the other hand, she'll read this, it's like, absolutely, she'll get hooked. I said this a few weeks back in regards to like, how women, like, view these books. It's like they are in it for the all the emotional stuff. It's not necessarily the act that they're into. It's like all the stuff that's before and after it.
It's basically the ritual that leads to the climax.
Yes.
Should we shame people for things that are wrong, immoral, or harmful? In my line of work, I've been told many times that shame has no place in...
That's also true, nothing.
But if I use my brain for 2 seconds, it's clear that line of thinking is nonsense. Incest should be shamed, bestiality should be shamed, pedophilia should be shamed. I'm not equating monster smut with these things, but there are 50 shades of gray, so to speak, along the spectrum of harmful. Conditioning your brain and body to associate pleasure with monsters, slavery, or sexual violence is not healthy. Basically, they're cooked. Like, women are cooked. They are frying their brains with this stuff. It's a pipeline, right? It's like the infamous evil alt-right pipeline. You know, you start watching Shoe on Head, owning the feminists in 2015, and then in 2025, you're hailing Hitler, right? You know, the alt-right pipeline.
They don't understand the things I say on Twitter.
And this one's like, you're reading Morning Glory Milking Farm, and the next thing you know, you're Mrs. Hands, right? Just say no. Just say no to monster porn. But why is monster smut so popular with women in particular? Like, you rarely see the opposite, and when you do, it's just like a girl with cat ears and fangs, or like a 10-foot-tall dommy-mommy vampire with giant titties. Meanwhile, women are like, I want to f the pollution monster from Fern Gully. So...
Of course. Of course. It would be on some whore's hear me out cake.
People on Reddit asked this very question. Let's see the responses. Why do you guys like monster romances? Asking for a friend. Several reasons. 1, human men are quite often terrible. Romance books with human men are already partly fantasy, but monsters just takes the fantasy bit further. 2, it's sort of human nature to imagine relationships with paranormal beings and creatures. We've been doing it in literature and art for centuries. It's just gotten a lot more.
I'm sure the scene in Don Da Don where Momo is about to get raped by aliens it's not meant to be any sort of arousing. If you find, honestly, if you ask me, if you find something like that to be arousing, I think you got a problem.
More graphic now, lol. 3, unique body forms / parts and so many different kinds of
Banana o kudasai.
Scary, mean, terrifying.
Oh, no doubt. These women would love to be ravaged by the Serpo. Absolutely. Have you seen Don Da Don at all? I can't hear you, Damien.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, these women would have loved to been the ones who have been abducted instead of Momo.
Terrifying creature is sweet to her, kind, takes care of her, protects her, works hard to be gentle, etc. Maximal escapism, minimal association to real-life assholes, the patriarchy, misogyny, and oppression of women, etc. Because the monsters are less dangerous than dating actual men.
Huh?
The monsters aren't real.
Lie. The monsters aren't real, but that whore is still lying.
As a fat woman of color, modern, contemporary, and even fantasy romances are hard to click to because they are almost always about thin white women and just too realistic. And romance in real life is not always attainable for fat women/women of color. In monster alien romance, though, my size doesn't matter, and it's easier to get into that headspace.
Alien romance, huh? Fuck.
And enjoy it.
Fuck.
I'm sick of the men on Earth and looking for some variety. Non-humans haven't betrayed and hurt me, so they feel like a safe haven, if that makes sense. Plus the unusual dick. Monsters have big, fun shapes.
What the hell is this?
I love some bizarre peen. Unique genitalia. I don't know what I was expecting, honestly. A lot of women's smut, especially monster smut, is about submission, domination, forced breeding, non-consensual consent. The women are like conquered and taken and overpowered by these monsters. And I think many of these women are reading these books containing monsters and not men because masculinity and dominance in men has been completely demonized in modern society. But
yeah, they basically just want... What a lot of women want is the alpha simp. They want the masculine, muscular guy, but they also want to be provided, like, and not be told no, and this, that, and the other, right? I'm getting all burnt out here talking about this.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, it's like I said, it's basically the fact that these monsters are not men, and that's what makes them attractive.
That's also true.
The truth is, many women still crave it. You see, the monsters in these stories have those, like, dominant masculine traits that women like so much, but they're not human men. They have all these traits women desire without the problematic baggage human men bring, without being the men they hate or have been told to hate. It is the perfect guilt-free slop. But they don't just want a wild dominant man. They want to tame a wild dominant man. Similar to when a man sees an art hoe with a nose ring, you can save her from her daddy issues. You can do it. It definitely won't backfire and ruin your life. Go for it. Go talk to her. With many women, there's this desire for, like, danger and aggression, but also the desire to tame that danger and aggression. The desire to be that special woman who can melt his heart. You see, my dragon boyfriend could rip me to shreds and kill me instantly, but he won't because he's nice and he loves me.
Yeah, well, if he's a Drakthir, he wouldn't do that. He'd probably burn you to smithereens if he's in Devastation spec. Probably turn you into stone if he's in Augmentation spec. And I wouldn't do anything if he was in Preservation spec.
But honestly, at the end of the day, just like the video I made about the anime...
Yeah, the Preservation evokers are healers. They're not damage dealers.
I assumed by the name.
Girl in a wheelchair where men were saying,
well, funnily enough, they actually can be quite decent damage dealers as well if you choose the Chrono Warden hero talent. You could actually do some damage with that.
This is the average male fantasy, and a bunch of women were like, you want to rape a disabled girl? When in reality, it was just a distilled...
Oh, do you recall the Twitter drama where a bunch of whores were just, like, mad that guys wanted a relationship that's, like, wholesome, like from that movie, Josie, the Tiger and the Fish? Do you remember that?
I remember.
Yeah, they condemn that, and then at the same time they're just flicking their beans to, like, this weird monster shit.
Hypocrisy, thy name is woman.
Exactly.
Manifestation of the average male fantasy, which is to protect and provide for a sweet woman and save her. This is like basically the flip of that, right? This is just the distilled manifestation of the female fantasy. Men are seeing this and they're saying, what do you mean you want to milk a minotaur? When in reality, it's just to have a big, strong protector and provider swoop you up and save you. And like I said in that
They want an alpha simp. I gotta keep repeating this. They just want an alpha simp, but those guys do not exist.
Video, they're basically both the same fantasy.
They're not gonna want the woman.
Wait, what?
I say if they do, they're not going to want these women.
Yeah, they're gonna want the demure virgin.
As old as time,
I'm
the princess being
demure.
saved from the dragon
No, you're not. No.
by a knight in shining armor, whether the dragon be a wheelchair or student loans, you know? But in this case, the woman is being f***ed by the dragon, and the knight sits in the corner and watches or something. Maybe it's...
I think we get the point, Shu. I think we get the point. Fuck, dude. This was torture. This was torture, man. But anyways, if you need to go to bed now, I don't want to hold you up from that.
All right, since you're giving me the out, I'll take it. But before I depart, I need to ask this. So obviously you know about the whole like Yu-Gi-Oh tournament thing that I want to do.
Yeah.
The one thing that I'm struggling with is deciding when I'm gonna do it in terms of like start date and end date, because it's like I don't know if I should, since most VTubers tend to live in the US. I'm gonna have to try and like work around them, but it's like, do I do it in you guys' winter, summer, spring, etc.?
What? And so, what do you mean by that? Because most of us are in the working world. Seasons like that don't necessarily matter. Like, you know, they don't necessarily matter to us. Because chances are, even if like the bigger VTubers who are in that kind of around like, you know, undergrad college age, if they're doing this and they're making money, they don't need to they don't need to be in college. So in regards to that, I'd say I don't think it matters when, but it's more so like the time that matters.
You know, like for me, it's like I would do it like basically after work hours. But the thing is, I'd also like keep it to the weekend to just like make sure everyone's available to participate.
Yeah, something like a Saturday or a Sunday or something that could work out. But it would have to be in like a it would have to be in like you might have to stay up a bit late for it if that's the case.
You know, like the thing is, it's like what I would do. It's like I literally make sure that I slept during the day, so that when it came time for whatever needed to happen, I'd be awake.
I see. But yeah, feel free to run the time by me before you decide on anything. Even though I'm in the East Coast, I could convert it to like, you know, the Central Time, which is about an hour. I think it's like an hour behind. Yeah, it's about an hour behind me. And then like California time, you know, whatever that time zone is called, that's like 3 hours behind me. So it's like 8 o'clock over there right now. And then I know you're 6 hours ahead of me.
Yep. So basically, any time that I would decide, I would need to basically like add 6 hours onto it.
Basically, just as long as it doesn't run into like the early hours of the morning. I can't stay up that late these days. I only stay up late on like a Friday night, so the latest I'm gonna be up is still like 1:30. I can't stay up that late as I used to.
Yeah, because one of the bigger issues with the entire tournament thing, like what it's gonna be, is just the fact that Yu-Gi-Oh rounds are gonna take long. It's gonna be best 2 out of 3, and that's just gonna be the open qualifiers. And if there's like there's gonna be like 30 participants.
You sure you wanna do qualifiers? I think this should be just something a bit more casual.
No, the thing is, it's like I wanna like do the whole like qualifier thing. Like I want it to feel like it's a legitimate like tournament thing.
And so it's not something a bit beyond just a local tournament, but with VTubers instead of like local participants.
Yeah, it's gonna be VTubers and stuff. That's the reason why I want it to feel like a bit more serious, because if there's one thing VTubers like is having a tournament that means nothing, be taken seriously.
I mean, hey, if there's anybody, I know Fuamoko of HoloLive actually did a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament a while back, but in general, I think a lot of VTuber Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, they tend to be a bit more on the they tend to be a bit more on the casual side. Like, they don't do the whole qualifier rounds or whatnot. I mean, if you're big enough, then you could. I mean, hey, I mean, Full Moko is like fucking massive, so that, you know, there's that. But for something like this, I probably would recommend not having the qualifier rounds. It's just also for again, it's a lot of coordination. Something like this is already a lot of coordination, and some people might actually be pissed off at the whole qualifier round thing. So it really should probably be like first come first serve. That's just my recommendation.
But the thing is now, it's like, the thing is, I know, for me, it's like the problem then becomes, it's like, okay, the 30 participants that I'm going to find, that becomes the problem, because it's like, okay, I have you, myself, 2 other potential VTubers, that's 4. That means I still need to go find 26 other people.
Yeah, just feel free, I mean, I try my best to share the event around or whatnot, and I'm sure some of my other fellow Christian VTubers who play Yu-Gi-Oh would be interested. They wouldn't mind joining a tournament hosted by an atheist.
But I was gonna say by a femboy.
Or a femboy atheist. They wouldn't mind. Just as long as you have the rules or whatnot, you have the format. I was kind of giving me an idea in regards to hosting just a small Genesis format tournament or something, but that's besides the point. That might be something I do in the future, but anyways, I don't mean to hold you up, but I will get to our regular cancellation in a moment.
All right. Thank you for having me. It was a good time.
Oh, not a problem. Not a problem. I'm happy to have more guests / co-hosts join.
All right. Hopefully we can do this again in the future.
Yeah, hopefully.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye.
And get some rest now. Lord be with you.
I will. Thank you so much. Bye.
Alrighty. Before we get to our regular cancellation, I am gonna take a short break, and we'll be right back. I think we are gonna have to skip the video portion of it. Stream's already getting lengthy as it is. Boy, of course, I checked my notifications and some faggot decided to respond. I was gonna send another reminder for the stream, but it seems we're good on viewers. Anyways, I'll be right back. Okie dokie. I am back. Oh, hi, Raisin. You missed a lot of the stream, not gonna lie. Alrighty, I'll get the cancellation stuff ready. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Alrighty, so let's get to our regular cancellation. Alrighty, so our cancellation tonight, it's in relation to the whole, like all the arguments that have been blown out by very, in regards to the whole porn ban thing. Damien and I, we had a very good conversation about the whole thing, and yeah, we're it seems like even though we might differ on some things, we agree on the same conclusion. It's about time that we answer the JQ, so to speak, even though we already have an answer for it. In the blender with you now. But here we have permaband. I think out of everybody in this whole situation, I think Bandman has been making an ass of herself. And I think it largely has to do with the fact that she is when she goes out of her field, right? And not gonna lie, she actually does do some decent coverage on gaming news or whatnot. I don't think she's anything too special, but basically, my issue with Bandman and her conduct in regard to this whole thing, I know it might sound like, Matone policing, but it's not. It's not Matone policing. I would say that she has very much been prideful throughout this whole thing. No matter how many times somebody would actually correct her, she's so fucking set in her ways that it makes me blush. And I thought I think I'm a pretty stubborn individual, I'm not gonna lie. But first off, we have this post here. Last month I was called far-right extremist. I wonder by who, though? It wasn't by someone like me. It was probably by a leftist. Permaban. I forgot she even existed. Yeah, Permaban's the subject of cancellation tonight. Month before that, I was called a leftist gooner. By who? Today, I'm called a pathetic libertarian. That is the one thing. That is the one thing that is actually true. You are indeed a centrist libertarian. By all metrics, by all standards, your positions that you have, especially in regards to this issue, fall under centrist libertarian. Again, you're not even arguing your position in good faith, like Damien was. Damien was very much arguing his position in good faith. We weren't having a debate or anything, but we got to at least hash out our differences and understand our point of views. But no matter how many times somebody actually tried to reach out to Permaband in good faith, she just wasn't having it. Oh yeah, Raisin, if you were to ever talk to her, she probably would have a problem with you because you are a fascist, if that's what you call yourself. I don't have a problem with fascists. At least Damien would be willing to hear out the point of view that you have to start somewhere, and removing the sedative will force change, and that removing the sedative will force change. Yes, that's also true. That's because Damien actually knows a thing or two about politics. Permaband does not. Permaband knows things about gaming, little bit on DEI and such, but anything beyond that, I don't think she's the type to say it's the Jews anytime soon. In regards to anything. Seriously, all due respect, are some of you politics addicted Americans trying to stick me into any political pigeonholes you have? Well, you are, again, by all intents and purposes, you are a libertarian, Permaband. It's one of those situations where, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a fucking duck. That's how that works. Your positions are libertarian at nature. Just because you're not citing Hop or any other libertarian scholar doesn't mean that doesn't mean that you aren't a libertarian. Alright? So Permaband decided to go after my brother in Christ, Nikolai Korea. And do you know what you get? So I had to do a little bit of research on what this phrase means. It's a Chinese phrase, and it's quite literally a slur. I think it's baizu or something like that. Yeah, we can be friends. She fucked up going after Nikolai. Absolutely, because here's something I forgot to mention about Nikolai. It just didn't pop up in Damien and I's discussion. Also, I'm gonna put the SMT music back on. Okay, there we go. I put the SMT music back on. The funny thing is, what she doesn't understand about Nikolai is he actually has been to China. I don't know how many times he's been, but he certainly has been to China. He currently lives in Korea. He tries to keep a pulse on what's going on in his country, Korea. Even though he's a foreigner to that nation, he acknowledges that he's a foreigner living in Korea. He's American by blood. He's American. And Permaband says, in all seriousness, Baizu, foreigner. She's calling him a foreigner as a slur. I mean, I don't think he'd necessarily care, because he knows he is a foreigner. So I don't know what your whole point of that was. I know I'm nitpicking here. I was trying to do a favor by warning you all. You are all dangerously close to the proverbial cliff and are just a few steps away from falling. My posts to you the past hours are just telling you to stop before that happens. But if you want to return to being irrelevant laughingstocks who lost all power and cultural relevance like the 2000s... Oh, okay, this tells me all that I need to know about your knowledge about history, Permaband. You're thinking... Again, you commit the fallacy of historical relativism. Again, that is a fallacy. Relativism, especially when discussing history, is always a fallacy. You never, if you're in a serious discussion about history, never, ever, ever talk about relativism. And that's the era that you want to go back to. You don't like the fact that things are fake and gay. You want to go back to the time where the fake and gay was already being kicked off after decades-long Jewish influence. And Nikolai has actually debunked this in a video of his in regards to Permaband. And is like, keep pushing for that population-wide UK-style digital ID, or repeatedly yell to ban porn or ban violent video games using Think of the Children as a convenient cudgel. No, Nikolai never said that. He never said ban the violent video games, and he never said think of the children in the way you're thinking of in any of his videos or any of his responses to you. He also never advocated for digital ID. That you don't need to have digital ID to do any of this, mind you. The way that you get rid of pornography, you have to strike at the root of the problem. I mentioned this to Damien already. I'm gonna repeat myself. You need to strike at the root of the problem, and the root of the problem is Jewish influence in America, or the West. You don't understand, I don't think you understand where this problem actually comes from. Nikolai understands the problem. That's the thing about us Orthodox Christians. We actually try to understand where these problems come from. It's kind of our whole bread and butter as to our whole thing of apologetics. Is understanding the origin of something. Oh, or if, by off chance, are serious, loudly begging for government control instead of educating parents to be better parents. The problem is, you could be a good parent, right? I mentioned this earlier with Damien. You could be a good parent, but that doesn't prevent the other kids in the neighborhood from showing the kid that stuff. And it just creates, that's where the problems start. And I agree, like, many parents are indeed shitty parents. However, the decisions of shitty parents should not be causing so much strain to the good parents. And this is why, in regards to, just collectivism as a whole, it's like, there's a reason why, in whether it's monarchy or fascism, it's mainly those two, let's be real, in those systems, everybody has to matter in those, and that extends to how they turn out, how the kids turn out. It's not beneficial for the monarchy or the fascist regime for the kids to be a bunch of porn addicted gooners. It's not beneficial at all. Here, I'll click off of that slur right there. If what we learned all over the past few months with Collective Shout UK and the payment processors, children are just an excuse and it was never about them. But I digress. You do you. Just don't complain or get too shocked in the future and start asking, why are we lacking support? You should know. Fun fact about Nikolai Permaban that you probably chose to willfully ignore was that Nikolai actually worked in government cybersecurity. And do you want to know what he learned in his time working in government cybersecurity? It's in one of his videos on this subject. We're already living in the surveillance state you so fearfully you so just promote a bunch of fear-mongering about. We're already living in it. The Patriot Act has passed. That was the death knell on any sort of privacy in the country. The government knows who you are. The government knows who I am. The government knows way too much about us. For the Patriot Act, it wasn't about think of the children. The Patriot Act, the reason why that was passed, it largely had to do with one, Jews, two, such an opportunity for such surveillance to happen because of 9/11, and that's basically it. But let's see what Nikolai has to say, and why Banman decided to screenshot it instead of actually tagging him. But I think, yeah, Nikolai actually does reply. It doesn't require digital ID to verify age, you utter retard, and he's correct about that. You don't need digital ID. We already have identification. But it should really tell you something when basically like a porn site has to cease operations in a state or country whenever they implement age verification laws. It tells you what their purpose is. Let's see, Dusty has some things to say. But let's see. Now, what does Nikolai have to say? So let me put the music on repeat. We know porn when we see it. It is graphic depictions of nudity of a gratuitous nature, particularly showing the act of sex or other sexual acts. None of that was censored by the right. The right is merely demanding common sense regulations on the ability for children to access. That is us being tame, by the way. Many of us would love to ban it altogether. Also, yes, some anime and retarded porn games should be banned from children consuming it. This isn't controversial, and you guys seem to want children addicted. And I agree with Nikolai here. Like, all the people who have been defending pornography so far, the exception being Damien, but that's because Damien actually knows how to think. Those, like, the Smash JQs of the world, the Madam Savvies of the world, they do not understand any of this. They don't understand what led us here, and at least the Orthodox Christians like Nikolai understand the problem. The best cure for porn addiction is sex with a supermodel. Well, you know, marry that supermodel, you know, if that supermodel's a virgin, lose your V card to her too. And they lose to each other. Hey, that's beautiful. Even if you're not a 10 out of 10 guy, you married a supermodel who loves you and actually appreciates you and wants to develop a proper relationship with God in the picture. But basically, for me, I want the industry to burn down to the ground. I want it just burned, as well as any other part of Shekel McGoystein's influence. I want it gone, truly gone. Unfortunately, many people. There's a reason why I called a lot of the people who are defending pornography virtual Shabbos goy. And that has to do with the fact that, again, if you're a noticer, you should know where pornography comes from and who produces it. That's the thing. Permaband in this post is just saying, again, this post is just a whole bunch of fear-mongering nothingness. And the thing is, especially with her bringing up collective shout and the whole UK and the payment processors thing, the whole thing with the payment processors, again, it's a battle between shekel versus shekel. The financial Jews and the porn Jews, right? That's their fight. That's their fight. Fucking leave them to it. Leave them to it. We know how bad the payment processors are. We know how bad they are. We don't like them either. But understand, Permaband, understand that every now and then, evil unknowingly can actually do good. I don't expect you to understand this because you're not a Christian. But when Collective Shout was going after all the porn stuff, it's like, I don't like feminists. I don't like them one bit. Pro-porn, anti-porn, they're all fucking feminists. I don't like them. However, I can absolutely acknowledge, you don't stop an enemy when they're making a mistake. And in terms of the feminist agenda, they absolutely should not, like, hold on, let me back up a little. In regards to, fuck, I lost my train of thought. Damn it. Where was I? Whatever. I'm sure it'll come back to me later. Let's get to the next post. I'm losing my fucking mind here. And then, let's see. Nikolai says, and this time she actually, quote, replied him. This is where it all started. And Nikolai is 100% correct. All your arguments are rooted in libertarian ideology, and that is absolutely the case. Again, all this free speech nonsense. Why do you assume I'm libertarian? In fact, why do you assume I'm American? I'm not referring to any political party. Again, it's not by country. It's not by political party in said country. It's by your philosophical beliefs. We know that something can be classified as libertarian by fucking reading it. It's not that hard to grasp. Raisin says, sure, ban it today would help, I guess, but the underlying issue is fat feminists, in my humble opinion. Drugs are different. Well, yeah, that's what Damien and I mentioned, we're talking about earlier. Of course we'd want feminism to be gone as well. We're not ending this at porn. That's something else that I should say too. We are not ending this at porn. We are, bit by bit, we are going to strip away Shekel's influence on the West. That's what I want, and that's what I advocate for. Oh yeah, I think I was talking about libertarianism some more. No. I don't think, Permaban, I don't think you know who the masses actually are. The masses are not gamers, weebs, VTuber fans, comic book fans, the mass of people of various subcultures, non-dogmat. No. That's not who the masses are. Do you want to know who the masses are, Permaband? They are the people. I've spoken with the masses before at bars. They don't know anything about this shit. They are not gamers. They are not weebs. They do not watch VTubers. They are not comic book fans. They are not part of various niche online subcultures. They are normies through and through. They do not care about any of this shit. All they care about is immediate gratification. In regards of getting rid of pornography, yes, normies do like their porn. But hey, if it's gone, the normies might actually finally learn a thing or two about virtue. They might finally learn just how bad things actually are, and what porn was actually doing to them. Sometimes getting out of a trance, and naturally it's gonna lead to anger. You're gonna be pissed off. But again, if for once, the normies might finally ask the question of why. Why are things so shitty? And they'll finally get the answers that they need. They'll finally open up to listening to someone like Spoon, or hell, even me. I don't think I'm all that worthy of being listened to, if I'm being frank. But again, this just shows that you're putting your pet issue in front of everything else that's actually far more important. Like, again, you have the reason why Nikolai called you a libertarian. It's because you are one. I don't care what you say. You, Permaband, spout every single line that every single libertarian has spouted before on this subject. You are not beneath political tribalism at all. You share the same political opinions that Madam Savvy, Smash JQ, and every other of these anti-woke people, with the exception of very, very few. Like, I don't think you'd ever be agreeing with Synthetic Man or what the EGAT on anything. And also, the reason why the UK is implementing digital ID, one, their country, already, again, compare us to the UK. I'm not saying the UK is any better. The UK was rather behind on mass surveillance tools, and the fact that they have so many undocumented migrants that they're not going to do anything about. They just want to, catalog these people. They want to catalog these marauders who are destroying the country. That's all they want to do. They just want to catalog. They don't care that it's causing a whole bunch of these other issues as well. It was, again, I agree with Aiden Paladin. It was never about getting rid of porn in the UK. It was all about stymieing the noticing. But the only reason why the UK implemented the whole digital ID bullshit is because, well, they were just behind on the times in terms of mass surveillance. That's the reason why. That's the geopolitical reason. That ascends beyond your pet issue, Permaband. And your pet issue is censorship. You put it on a false idol. When you don't even know what the fuck that actually means. Read some church history during the Cold War in communist Russia. Learn about the fucking Holodomor and how many Christians died for their beliefs. Over 60 million of them, mind you. So shut the fuck about censorship. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Permaband. And no. The leftists have always been on the anti-censorship side. So there's that too. Playing Killing Floor with me and Chaos sometimes. You need help fighting Zed. Censorship is bad mainly because no government can be trusted with it. Yeah, no government as of now can be trusted with such power. Absolutely, I agree with you, Pickle. Abso-fucking-lutely. I do not trust our government to properly enforce blasphemy laws. I do not trust them to enforce, the standards for movies that were there back in, like, the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. And even 50s, too. Even though some of the best movies ever made were made under those standards. I don't mind that. 60 mil, shit, I forgot the number was that high. That was over the course of, like, decades. It wasn't like, 5 years. That was like, decades. Decades! Continuing on. And then this time she replies to Kangmin Lee and my friend Nikolai says, you don't actually understand the critique. Your response is embarrassingly bad. I agree. And again, this is just dialectic. At this point, all the posts we're looking at from Permaban is just a bunch of dialectic. Again, what does this actually say? Like, you could absolutely criticize Kangmin Lee for his take, like Damien did, and I don't necessarily agree with everything he said in it, and I keep mentioning that because, co-host, I want to be in good, buddy, but this is why I'm against banning porn. Governments can never stick to one thing, and I know that any porn ban would also include criticizing Shekel. Well, yeah, that's what's happening in the UK, but in America, we already really can't. Like, again, we are not, even in America, supposed free speech or whatnot, we're still not allowed to question certain things, and the consequences of that, it's not like, genuine discussion, it's social shaming. So it's not as bad as literally being arrested, but it's still a consequence. But the kind of government that I'm pushing for, an Orthodox Christian monarchy, absolutely would be the type of government to be able to push this proper. Think of like Saint Tsar Nicholas II. There's a reason why he's a saint. And I'd say it's beyond the fact. I mean, obviously, he and the Romanovs were very, very much devout Orthodox Christians, but also, some of the things that he did too are absolutely worth talking about. The world will only be free once we are free of boomers, and that I agree, Pickle. I agree. But again, I don't think Banman understand. Like, Banman is just way out of her league. And ultimately, I was gonna go over more of these posts. I'm running out of steam here, not gonna lie. And yes, it does go back to just all this. And let's see. Yes, just like we have laws banning people from chopping off their own limbs, just like we are trying to ban trans surgeries, and it's in regards to slippery slope. What slippery slope? What fucking slippery slope? A that we want A that leads to B? The fuck are you talking about, Permaban? You're better than this. That's something else too that I want to get across in this cancellation. You're better than this, Banman. You hang around. You're part of a server that's full of monarchists. You should be learning from us. Talking about bans, what do you think of pit bulls? Get rid of them. I don't like pit bulls. Again, if you have any sort of pattern recognition, they are just literally dysgenic dogs. Quite literally, they are bred to kill. That should not be a thing. Just get rid of them all. Also, almost all dog attacks are caused by pit bulls or some other aggressive breed that should not exist. Yeah, I agree, Pickle. Jew dogs. Quite literally. Meanwhile, the Borzolis are based. So it's not your responsibility to police, enforce, and restrict what other adults do. Issue is, permaband, you're also enforcing a moral standard, and your whole moral standard, EGAD made a video criticizing Smash JT of exactly this. Moralizing is your moral boundary. Your whole moral stance is, your whole moral stance, Bandman, is, you shouldn't be sharing your morals with other people. Even though, as a Christian, do you know what our goal is? Our goal is to baptize all nations. That's our goal. That's a goal that Christ gave to us, his children. I'm not sure if you understand what that actually means, considering you're not a Christian, but basically, we want the whole world to understand that Christ is the Son of God. That's simple, really. But even then, that goes above your head. And then, again, you're using the very same disingenuous and obtuse arguments tactics that you call the left doing, playing stupid, taking things for pedant. That's what you're doing. That's your whole argument right there. From all the posts we've seen so far, playing stupid, taking things verbatim, pedantism. That's what you're doing. And again, I've seen people on your side, permaband, make the false equivalents to alcohol and cigarettes. No. Not an equivalence at all. Let's see. And then, do I need to read this fucking Gish Gallop? That's something else too. MGTOW Phoenix, 100% correct. I didn't see you there, Phoenix. How are you? If a parent ever thinks about doing such a thing to a child, they should be locked up. Yeah, I don't know what you said, Phoenix, but I assume it was probably something based. Let's see again. So I remember reading this post during all this, right? Literally on Sunday. All this is just a bunch of Gish Gallop. One argument after the other, and Kangman actually calls it out. And same with Nikolai. We're gonna read. I see Kangman's post is a little long, but we'll read it anyways. The entirety of your post is a red herring. You don't address anything I mentioned in my posts at all. It's actually funny how you don't see the irony that you are imposing your worldview of this utopian ideal of moral neutrality and live and let live unto me. And that's fine. That's the whole point of politics. You're just being disingenuous by claiming that I am doing so and you are not. And we force behaviors all the time. Absolutely true. I mean, hey, look at what our overlords are trying to enforce us to do. You're not allowed to speed, steal goods, murder people, or run around naked. That's what laws are by definition, Lamau. Your relevance will again, like in the early 2000s, will erode and become a laughingstock. History on repeat. And this is also true. I said this earlier. And Kangman puts it excellently. Your view of history is relegated to the past 20 years. Lol. If you think what I believe is extreme, when it was the default view of the West and civilized human civilization for thousands of years until 2 seconds ago, you don't know history at all. Libertarians have the political instincts of a child. I fully agree with that. You would call the founding fathers of this country extremist authoritarians if they were alive today. It's 2025. I thought we were done with the whole live and let live, pluralism, multiculturalism, do whatever the hell you want. Everyone can kumbaya and live together in harmony. Although everyone's depressed and porn addicted and we have no shared values or common creed garbage. This is a problem with the populace that tries to live out liberty without virtue or proper understanding of what liberty is. Raisin says, if it can be enforced, it can be a law. Exactly! Exactamundo, Raisin. You have a better understanding of politics than Permaband here. Then again, I know you. You're a very smart guy, so naturally you would. So, in case you don't know what virtue means in the context of in the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. Happiness means virtue, and virtue means Christianity. That's what that word means. Our founders, despite my criticisms of them and what the country would be and what the country would become, they did intend this country to be a Christian nation. And for a while, that's how it was, until bit by bit, compromise by compromise, more and more bullshit would happen. I don't think you understand that, Permaband, and it seems like you're not American. So, and I know Kangman Lee isn't, he's, like, he lives in Korea right now, but I think he has lived in America, so he has some understanding of American politics. And then Nikolai replies with, "No, it's you who needs to realize it's you who needs to realize opposing basic regulations on porn is insane. Without us, the left will gain power, and you guys don't have number to put up resistance. We're not asking for basic regulations to stop kids from We're not asking for basic regulations to stop kids from access." Hold on, what? Sorry, that. You're mistaken, Permaband. The only reason you guys have the ability to stop the left today is because of us right-wing Christians who boldly stood against this this shit for years while you guys mocked us. And yeah, next one. Oh, motherfucker. Of course, he had the quote V in there too, and I need to take a sip of water. Again, Permaband calling the, her critics foreigners and slur. That's what these words mean. It's just foreigner. Is she Chinese or something? Because those are Chinese slurs. You will struggle hard to convince me that there's. If you are Chinese, how the fuck are you libertarian? Again, of course, Kangman was gonna get ratio, but he actually did explain his views pretty well, and I'm getting pretty tired. And again, and yeah, this is from the day after. It just like, again, reminder: I want to make sure none of you missed this point beneath the gaslighting, Mr. And you keep using that slur. And you're not winning this argument, by the way. Nikolai was never advocating, or anyone was advocating for digital ID. It's not like this. Whenever you say something like this is gonna lead to digital ID, you're saying A leads to Z. No. What we want, especially an Orthodox Christian like me, A leads to, banning porn leads to getting rid of family court and no-fault divorce, and gets rid of the 19th Amendment, and we go and anything else related to feminism. That should be the stepping stone for getting rid of feminism, is just outlawing pornography. Not just banning it, outlawing it, burning the industry down to the ground. Yeah, we already know how easy it is. That's a non sequitur, Bandman. And then before everyone goes trying to gaslight and lie about what's being said, digital ID is not necessary to enforce basic age verification laws on pornographic websites. Preventing kids from accessing graphic porn is not restricting your cooming cuck habits. Based. But I wanted to add my own 2 cents on it. I added my own cents a few times. Basically, Permabanner was like, "Oh, personally, I think a correction is needed, Mr. Lee. The governing authorities I personally like are not inherently evil. Is this what you mean?" You retard. Those are 2 different fucking points! World leaders are trying to create a permanent social credit and caste system using this virus to completely obliterate any semblance of freedom, and people are still squealing about racism. Good grief, these people are brainwashed sheep. Yeah, maybe actually show the context of what Kangman was talking about, instead of just comparing it to a different fucking situation. How dishonest is that? And you try to paint yourself as honest. This alone, that's what kind of triggered me to make a response to this. It's just how dishonest this whole post is. And this whole take is not related at all to this. And I agree with Kangman. Governing authorities are not inherently evil. Again, the Bible even says this in Romans. I forget which chapter in Romans, but it is in Romans. Exercising political power is not inherently evil. That's also true. Libertarianism is politically and morally untenable, and mass democracy leads to chaos and degeneracy. I'm a right-wing traditionalist, not a liberal. I've been clear about this for many years. Again, these are not contradictory. I talk shit about our globo homo leaders all the time. And then in the next breath, I talk about the kind of government I want. That's not hypocritical. At all. And it's also true. Like, governing authorities are not inherently evil. They're not. They're just not. They can turn out to be evil, absolutely. But, you know, when they're founded, no. It takes time for governments to be corrupted. Like, truly corrupted. Ugh. So I replied with, sounds like someone doesn't understand what the passage of time does to people. I was once a lulbert too, you know. Once I learned more about human nature over the years, I grew up from such a mindset of freedom. And I mentioned anarchy as seen in the animal kingdom. That's what libertarians mean by freedom. They just want to live in basically they want to be part of the fucking animal kingdom. If you really taken to its logical conclusion, libertarianism will always lead to anarchy. And that's what the animal kingdom is. It's anarchy. Because we are not wired for such life. The reason why I mentioned that, it's like human nature, part of human nature is that we crave order. We do not like chaos. There's a reason why we built societies. If we didn't have this instinct of wanting order, I would not be here doing this live stream right now. It's really that simple. It's also not that hard to grasp, too. But, anyways, the reason why the reason why I'm canceling a so-called ally, so to speak, I'm gonna drag myself back up to the stage here. The reason why I'm canceling Bandman here tonight is because 1, dishonest conduct, 2, libertarian, again, poor argumentation, logical fallacies, false equivalencies, gish galloping, the stuff I've been seeing on the internet these past few days, all that bullshit. And then also not even wanting to truly reach out to the people who you're disagreeing with, and for lack of political acumen. So if you're watching this somehow, Bandman, fuck off from politics. It's not your domain. Besides, you're a woman, so get the fuck out. With that said, next week, I'm going to continue the Crash Bandicoot 4 playthrough. And then I think it's going to be a bit more of a fun subject for next week's stream. Week after that, just expect more Crash 4 on Thursday. And I'm going to be going out to the bars on Halloween. I have a nice costume and everything, so I think that's going to be fun. And then I don't think I'm going to be around on the following week. for reasons I won't get into. It's family matters. That's the most I'm willing to say. It's family matters. But after that, it should be normal ScurvyRum stuff from here on. I'm getting tired, guys. I've been going on for almost 6 hours now. This was a very, very long stream, but it was a damn good one, too. So, with all that being said, I'll catch you guys later. Peace.